we can just have the sound play "Oh Canada" every time someone new comes up.
Check one. Time to resume sitting in quiet, somber silence as we observe the pre-market. I'm kidding, though, but, say whatever you want, guys. I'm just in the cornfields.
So how about them plays?
What kind of planes?
Anything that'll work for today. I've got some puts on the regionals. Had those for a while. A lot of them are expiring today. I got a few for next week. I got Pac West puts, $5, $4, 4.5. NYCB, it's for $10, long dated to June 16th. NYCB, $9.
What are those? What is that? The Northwest?
New York Community Bank.
Okay.
Yeah, they went pretty sideways all week. I also have calls on them because they were just sitting right in the middle. That's going up and down. Synchrony Financial, SYF, I got a couple puts on that. Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, I got a $65 put. That's been red for a while, but it might go. FHN Bank, I got a put on that. That's been pretty red. PayPal, I'm considering getting more puts. I'm not sure that I got a couple puts on it for May 12th. And if they don't go down, I'm just going to take a little loss. They're really cheap. They're $51 puts. So we'll see how the market goes. I got a feeling, I know like last Friday, they artificially pumped up the regionals and kept them all green until early this week. So I hope they don't do the same. I hope it just, evaluates the way it is and goes down. Cash out the puts and move on. That's about it.
I think that's more plays than I've heard in a week. I like it.
I appreciate that.
No problem. I had a bunch, and I learned my lesson holding the bag. I was in First Republic, and they're like 42 cents now. So I'm just gonna try stocks or options plays, and these are my first options plays. I never placed plays before, maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
The First Republic, is it now? It's still on the market. Obviously, it's still on the market because it can just keep going until it has to get its warning, right?
That already got delisted.
That's what I'm wondering.
It's OTC. It's FRCB as in boy now, and actually it was pumping for what it was. It was down to 20-30 cents, and then it jumped up to 45 cents. Now it's down to 42. It's it's a bad joke.
Bob would be better than boy.
Bob,
you
got to get the call signs.
I know, but dude, my mom was a dispatcher, and I still didn't learn.
It's a lot.
I picked up some more UU Boost puts. I had 24 puts for January 19th. I added the 25 and already up 38% just in a day or two. So I'm pretty happy with that. And Canadian Pacific got some slightly out of the money calls at 120 for September 15th. They are also starting to trickle up as the company finishes its merger. It has not announced layoffs yet from synergies and all that type of stuff. So I predict that there will be a bounce on Canadian Pacific at some point, but they just did the merger last month, so I think there might be still time for someone to enjoy a little play action in there. They're doing really well. They beat out CNI for the right to merge with Kansas City Southern. So they already picked up 2 contracts from Mexico to Canada since they did the merger. They're the only ones that can do single bale of lading from Canada to Mexico and vice versa. And that is what I have. I got some DCA stuff, but I'll save that for when the call gets really boring.
I know that sounds stupid, but for a long shot, it's just long out there. I mean, it doesn't pay a dividend. But whatever is Carnival. I just love Carnival. I know how many these cruise lines are insane. coming through Vancouver right now. Insane. And it's not just here. I mean,
Aren't you a little concerned about buying a consumer discretionary fund at this point in the market?
I would maybe wait for a little bit of this dip because I think it's still going to pull back. It will pull back with the banks, right? So, like, I would, if I was to do anything right now, I want to pick at it. But that's if I want to hold it long, right? I don't know what to do with these options. I'd have to go far out, but I'd have to wait for a huge, blip. The blip could be coming though. They'll crash with the fucking banks. I'll tell you that. I'm dead serious. Well, maybe I'm not dead serious because I only live in Minecraft.
An e-girl told me to buy some FRC. I just bought it. Wasn't worth it.
If anybody entered Bread Financial Holdings, Bravo Foxtrot Hotel, when Saul brought it up the other day, you'd be up between 3 and 5%, depending on when you got in.
Does anybody on the stage have any gambling stocks that they're interested in?
I haven't been involved with the gambling stock since I got into DraftKings and got out at a very nice profit.
I don't like DraftKings. Too much advertisement.
Yep.
I like Penn.
Like
I like
Peloton
Penn.
that
I like
way.
Penn. I like Penn. I like Penn. That's my opinion.
Oh, Penn? That's a good one.
Yeah. There's just no advertising out there, right? Like it's like, but they got beaten down too. They got punched in the fucking gut, right? And then you've got DraftKings just going up. Well, how much? Every time I look on the TV, it's there.
I got out of the gambling stocks because there's so many startups now, and a lot of them are regional. So, like the gambling stocks that the gambling company that I know about isn't the same one that you know about, because mine's only advertising in the Philadelphia Metroplex, and yours is only advertising in your Canadian area, and there's just so much competition all of a sudden.
Yeah, I get you.
They're like EV companies. They're a dime a dozen. So DraftKings is advertising to survive.
Yeah, and so is like whatever the other one is.
Caesars. Sure.
Well, no. There's the other one that's not even public yet. It's like DraftKings, but it's like FanDuel. Actually, I shouldn't speak. I'm going to research this.
So one of my long plays for the summer is I went and researched a bunch of crap about beating the S&P over the summer months, because the summer months everybody sells in Mays and walks away and all that nonsense, and all the big time guys are on vacation and down in the Bahamas, so the market kind of slows down and things drift down. So I looked for stocks that usually beat the S&P over the summer months. So I found a few of them, although there are some financials in here which probably won't perform this year. But the first one is U.S. Bank, and they've been beaten up to hell, but they seem to do good every single summer. Just USB is U.S. Bank. Since the financial CINF, Charlie India November Foxtrot, they are already beaten up, and they do typically make a lot of money over the summer out of the financial district. I have Charter Communications.
Causation to that?
Say again?
Is there any causation to that you can point to, or is it just a coincidence?
I can't figure out the causation for, two financial companies. Other than the fact that maybe they're sponsoring local credit cards, and like Cincinnati Financial, it's weird that it's kind of a touristy area because of the parks and stuff. But they do typically beat the S&P over summer, and I don't really have an exact cause for it. But even statistically speaking, I mean, it's no worse or better than half on a double. So it's a little bit higher than 65% performance.
I'm more curious than anything, but I find that interesting.
I am too. I would love for somebody to tell me why those two financial companies do better over the summer than they do over the winter. You would think with Christmas and New Year's and big ticket items, they'd be doing better then, but no. I have Charter Communications. These guys beat the S&P almost every summer. It's CHCR, Charlie Hotel Tango Romeo. That's an expensive stock to own. I'm just doing the little guy, buy slivers and stuff like that, and I bounce when I hit my target. MasterCard makes sense to me. MA, Mike Alpha. Not a cheap stock to own. However, because of summer spending, they do really well over the summer. The next one on the list here, Microsoft, our little tech favorite, MSFT, Mike Sierra Foxtrot Tango. This one does make sense. This is definite causality, and this is one of the years where I think they're really going to pop. Causality is, okay, forget about back to school, because that happens every year. Back to school, back to college. But a lot of our companies have not replaced their computers since the beginning of COVID. Typically, your computer, your IT people will tell you they replace the boxes every 3 years. And on every one of those boxes is the new Microsoft. So you're going to have a rotation of equipment that is going to benefit Microsoft immensely this summer. Summertime, all those seasonal locations, all those seasonal companies open up, and they don't feel like cleaning rugs and doing bathrooms and all that. They bring in Cintas, and that's exactly what they do. So that's Charlie Tango, Alpha Sierra. Also an expensive stock, but the options on it weren't so bad. A company I know nothing about. All I know is it beats the S&P every summer, and that is Synopsys. SNPS, Sierra November Papa Sierra. Also an expensive stock to own if you were trying to buy whole shares or big batches of it, but they beat the S&P every single summer. So
I can talk about a small portion of their business first.
Please do.
So basically, they have a sub part of their business. I'm not sure the rest of it. I believe they design circuits or they're in the hardware business, but they also have a cybersecurity portion. They are a competitor with the biggest package manager in the world, which is called Nexus Repo, right? All the developers in the chat probably know who that is. So they are actually in charge of JFrog and JFrog Security, which you'll see used in a lot of different software development life cycles. During the summer is typically when their biggest sales cycles occur. During the winter, it lets off quite a bit as everybody freezes up development. So anytime you have any sort of connection to the software development life cycle or anything like that, you're going to see a lot of activity during the summer because that's when we can make changes to the development lifecycle for software. But during the winter, they put a freeze on it because that's when everybody's trying to make money. And if you break down during the winter in your retail, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, excellent. Then, of course, I have next on the list here. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, what was that again?
Oh, I was going to go to the next one, but if you got something on Synopsys, let's stick with it.
No, just what was the previous one? I just missed the actual ticker.
What, FR?
SNPS, Sierra November Papa Sierra.
So I heard somebody mention JFrog, and JFrog's ticker is FROG, frog. Okay.
Not the AI frog one that everybody was wet dreaming themselves over and lost a lot of money on. The next one actually makes sense to me. Summer Store, Ross. ROST, Romeo, Oscar, Sierra Tango. beats S&P 9 out of 10 summers. Both Roth and SNPS, ROST and SNPS, have both seen a lot of option activity on them already. So be careful of your
TJ, is it what TJ Maxx too, right?
TJX I'm actually including in my list, but ROST Roth actually does better over the summer than TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx does really good with Christmas shopping.
Yeah,
because you got to remember, TJ Maxx has home goods and
too much, too much junk.
Yeah,
too much junk in the trunk. That's what it is. It's too much junk in the trunk.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
And then our lovely cigarette company, our favorite, Mo. Mike Oscar. Yeah, Altria does good every summer.
I do.
So better than the others. So, plus if we go into a depression, they'll even do better.
Yeah. You know what? Everybody is switching over. They do have the what's that frickin' pen that everybody uses? Even my buddy uses it. Their little vape pen.
Yeah, they got their little vape pens. They do good with that.
Whatever the thing is not Newell. Whatever. Anyways, I was looking at that. I was looking at that one that we were talking about there. If Flutter owns, they own Poker Stars, which owns exactly what FanDuel, which Fox owns 20, or they almost own 20%. Fox Corp, and Flutter Entertainment owns 82.4, and it's like 18.6% for Fox Corp. So you're looking at gambling. That's
bring up this one. This is one Scald and other Wall Street bettors have championed over the past years during certain times. Solo brands, Red Solo Cup by Filler Up, definitely a summer stock. The ticker is Delta Tango Charlie DTC. They don't also just do the cups and all that kind of stuff, and the stoves and the fire pits, and they have a little swimwear company called Chubbies. We are like our Chubbies here in Wall Street Bets. They also have like the foldable kayaks from Oru Kayak and Isle Paddleboard. So they got lots of stuff going on. They're all summer related for the most part. So they do typically beat the S&P over the summer. And they just took a nice big fat hit in pre-market, down 5.62%. Small little company out of Grapevine, Texas, but definitely something when you can buy it cheap and it pops it by the end of the summer, or even before the end of the summer, you can do some quick gains when everybody else is losing money.
It did a bit of a little rack here though.
Yep, it just got hit bad actually. Yeah, it went on a little run. It's been on a run for 3 months, and then it's hit the bed for the last week. But you can watch for a good entry point. Yeah. Because by the end of summer, it's going to be cooking.
339 is a low. That's a 1 year. We don't really got a max. Oh, you got a pretty good max on that. Oh.
Well, they went to shit after they released. So
I'm just I'm looking at it, but it ain't no SPAC. That's one good thing about it.
You get me. It's a summer stock,
Yeah, I like it. I like it actually. Yeah.
And then of course, one that I actually got out of at one point because I had already made so much money, and now it came back down. And with the revenge spending of the American public, I think Bread Financial is definitely going to be a good one. It's been beat down over the last 5 years, but I think it's to the point now where it's worth what it's worth. And between the fact that it's not a bad summer stock, and the fact it does really good when people's money gets tight, and looks like a lot of people's money is about to get tight with all these banks and failures and unemployment hopefully on the rise and all this stuff. BFH Financial looks to be in a good spot. The books are a hot mess. You are warned. That is a low confidence. That's a risky one. So definitely don't do your normal amount of money on that or trickle into it or whatever. But that's a fun one. The one I'm watching, just because people brought it up at WallStreetBets, was Astra Space, just because it's so damn cheap. I mean, you can put in like next to nothing in that. If it does pop, if they do get a launch that worked, they'll be popping right back up. They had success, then they blew some shit up. Now they're trying to have success again. Small company, they could go under, or they could pop like crazy. So, but I mean, at 38 cents a share, I mean, come on. You gotta have at least one penny stock in your shitty portfolio.
Like
yeah,
Re?
I was mentioning Astra. Re, yeah, I might have more than one shitty penny stock. I have Astra, Re, and this is the dumbest shit. I have a few calls dated for 2025 on Wish that I just bought recently.
We're gonna have to take you off stage now for that.
That's fair. That's fair. But my thought was, as long as Wish doesn't go bankrupt, I did this before I bought them, and then I held them for a few months, and there was like some piece of news that caused Wish to pump slightly, and then I was able to sell them at a profit. And I'm just hoping to be able to do that again at some point between now and 2025, or they'll go bankrupt and whatever. That's what I expect from Wish to do anyway, right?
You can wish for Wish.
I've got a better one. Calls on Re 2024. 50 cent or 5 cent calls, and they've gone up to 8 cents already a couple times in the past month. So once they hit 10, you could sell them and double.
Yeah, I did something similar. I think I paid 50 cents, and I had an absurd amount. I had 300 contracts, and I sold 15 of them so far for a profit of like 125%, which wasn't like a whole lot, but I'm just going to keep, every time it goes up until 2024, I'm just going to keep selling a few contracts.
Yeah, that's it's a great like little extra income to add to the portfolio. You can just take advantage of it. Great. Is that also on Re, or is that another one?
No, I have that on Re, but most of the time I'm not doing leaps or like long-term options on penny stocks, just because like some of them get delisted or reverse split by then, and it fucks with the strike price.
Actually, that's interesting. Because I bought a bunch. I got like 1,500 shares of Re just to have as a meme stock. But like I listened to their last phone like thing where they talk to investors, and they're going to deliver some products at the end of the year. They got all the stuff set, like the parts, the charging stations, the financing, the truck companies, like a few
Did
dealers.
you see the recent news about the I forget what it's called? They have like they already had a box truck, but they just like updated it to a new one, and they already have it's whatever the article was. I could post it if anyone wants, but it said that they're already on target for delivering those by Q4 this year. And since they have earnings next week, I don't think that's going to be reflected, but they've increased their earnings estimate, so hopefully that means that they're going to be increasing revenue as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that. I looked into that. It's the P7-C model, C as in cat, and it's their newest variant of that base model, and it looks really good. It looks very promising.
It looks like an Amazon van, so that'd be cool if they get deals with like delivery companies.
Yeah, they could do anything because it's basically a skateboard platform, and you can put any body you want on top of it.
And,
Start your
I
own
think,
car company buying their platform.
say that again?
You could literally start your own car company and just buy their platform and put your
Oh, yeah.
fancy stuff on top. So, and you can do a full
and-
size,
and-
you can do a van.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that like they're unique compared to the other ones. I think Canoe is another. Their ticker GOEV, GOEV. They do something similar from what I heard, but the difference with Ree's skateboard is that the parts are pushed out to the corners, so it cuts down on assembly and maintenance time. So that's one reason that they're set apart a bit.
Also, they got
Theirs is
four.
actually, when people start maintaining their own electric vehicles, they'll be loving the Re because you don't need a lift to maintain it. Where most of the other EVs, you need to disassemble so much, or put it on a lift, or separate the body to get to the parts. And Re does not have that problem. So,
Yeah, so a really good point.
Go
Thanks
now.
for bringing that up.
Also, the four-wheel steer.
for the automotive sector, but the only one I really got is Stellantis, which
I
is
think
once
that's
again.
Loose Ventures. I think he loves Stellantis, but he's not.
Oh,
here.
he loves it. He comes all over it. Yes, but it's down to 1677. All right, no, what is it at now? 1629. So that's a good one, good price to get in on. And then, of course, I like Skull's one that he comes over all the time, and that's Redwood Trust, because it's under $6 right now. And the divvies, come on, man, hook me up. You got any more of them good divvies? So it's a good time to buy. And I know the last time, my only regret was not buying as many as I could. So
Which ticker was that?
Redwood Trust, RWT. Depending on where you live, you may actually see, Redwood Apartment something or other, or Redwood Condos, or Redwood Estates, or something like that with the Redwood in the name. Yeah, they probably own it. They're weird. They buy their own shit, so they do have a lot of debt on the books, but they run it. But when you own your own shit and you can take your own depreciation, they make a business out of being, risky and doing things a little different. And sometimes the universe rewards the risk takers, and they seem to be doing pretty darn good. Every time this time of year, the price does drop because they've already given out the dividends, and everybody's like, I could use that capital for something else. And then everybody will pile back into it later and get those dividends, and then they leave again. So if you buy it low and just keep it or sell it when it's high, then power to you.
Speaking of
I
dividends,
want to buy some more Dominions if anybody's got any information on these electric companies.
no, just that little bit on Re. I think it's got a lot of potential, but the only risk with Re is they have not passed their certification for some countries or the market in general. So if that doesn't work out, it dies. Other than that, it's a potential good time to get in it.
Oh, and I just like to say for the record, death to fucking Carvana, because all my shit expires in a week and it's just going to go to nothing.
And yeah. I guess the one standout also is four-wheel steering on the Re platform. Big in Europe, with the small city.
That's why they market themselves as an urban delivery vehicle, because they have one of the tightest turning radiuses on a vehicle of that length.
Oh, nice.
It's like Batmobile vibes, it's what needs to be done.
I think everyone would buy a Batmobile, an electric one, if it existed.
Yeah, but imagine you take like a Re platform skateboard and then you just put a roll cage on it like an ATV, and you just have an open seater, like open wind, and like sell it as an off-road kit or whatever.
It's
Or even
fucking awesome, yeah.
like a city cruiser too, because they got those like 3-wheel cruisers that are similar, make it like a package like that, get in the market to making packages for their platform, become like a vendor. There's a lot of potential in it because it's going to keep moving that way. All the electric vehicles. It's just Rivian that's Amazon, so that's what holds them together.
I can finally see my screen now, and I just realized that Hardy and Rat have been rather quiet. You guys have anything for the kindergartners?
Nothing for today,
For the
other
class?
than that I'm rolling over to next week's GameStop short bets.
Oh,
They're taking an
Hardy,
awful long time to formally report their earnings date, so I'm a little confused. Although last year, to be fair, it was May 23, I think, for June. So there may not be much of an opportunity to buy a strangle for the IV rise leading up to earnings.
yeah, I wanted to ask you, how do you usually play IV for that? Is there a particular strategy
I'm
you
at
have?
the money once the press release is put out, buy a strangle for the first expiration after earnings. The expectation then is that the IV will increase, so the value of both legs of the strangle will increase, as well as the price move ideally in one direction. So you can sell the winning one so that your losing leg is free rolled, and then if earnings benefits the losing leg, then you basically make money both ways. That's what happened last earnings.
Interesting.
You Hardy?
Yeah, as much as I love for MOAS to happen, I still think there's a little more ammunition in their clip or magazine. I don't doubt that, Hendrix, but I suspect we've got another year of holding, which is okay for me, because it just means in another year, the number of shares I have in GameStop at an effective $5 a share cost of acquisition will probably go up another 120, 130%.
Is that a Hardy Rexton meme I see there? Beating the Russell?
I don't know what 23 Move is doing. When the apes who were available in Chill Zone a couple nights ago were around, 23 Move was not one of them helping out.
I like this knowledge leap and leopard's dropping on us. Looks like the recession is coming.
So you mean recession?
Is there a recession or depression? Because
we've had
if
one
we
recession,
lie-
yes.
Yeah, but what about second recession?
Exactly.
And-
yes.
Well, the first recession hasn't really happened yet because everybody just lived in denial and said, nope, that's not a recession. So
Or they changed
I'm just afraid we're going to go so far. I feel like we're just going to go so far past recession. We're just going to be like, oh, fuck. And then the rest of the American public's going to realize it and be just like, what about third recession? Yeah, there you go, Hendrix. And, I just feel like it's just not going to be good.
Just waiting for market to open so I can see the updated Greeks on GameStop contracts. I'm probably gonna sell on the call side the 2150s or maybe the 2125s for May 19, and on the put side probably sell the 1950s. Just need to see what the annualized return is for the collateral. See, 901, the soft landing is sort of like when a plane doesn't stay on the runway the first time it touches the ground. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does a little bounce. That's the second landing. That's the soft landing. The first landing might be a little rough.
Yeah, and let's realize that he's using landing as a euphemism for crash. It's a soft crash. It's not you all gonna die crash. You pull yourself out of the wreckage and everybody's alive. A couple of broken arms and legs. Yeah, his landing is euphemism. I'm convinced. Every time he says it, I feel like he's doing wink, wink, nudge, nudge. 15 minutes to market open. Drop some plays in the comments, even if you're not up here. The actual landing is transitory. Very good point. That's a miserable drink. Eat that duo.
Is anybody following?
No land. Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
you're good. Anybody
Dave?
following Synchrony?
Skull does. Is he still here?
He keeps vanishing into the
Cornfields of Ohio.
yeah.
Wait, what do I follow?
Synchrony.
What
That
was
one
that?
you researched? We're talking about the
Synchrony. Oh, Synchrony Financial. Yeah. On one hand, I think their big downsies are ahead for them. On the other hand, they are sort of like they're a dumpster fire, and they lend to people that are like high risk, right? And then they collect a high premium for that risk. So it could go either way. I think I'm trying to figure out what way to play it, to be honest with you.
I was thinking puts on PayPal and Synchrony.
Yeah, they do their lending for their afterpay or whatever it's called, right? Where you can buy something on PayPal and pay it off in installments. Synchronies.
So I should probably reiterate, for those of you who are looking at the Russell 2000 and Russell 1000 rebalancing tickers, these are companies that have outpaced the respective Russell indices. That is to say, their returns from July 1, 2022 to present are greater than the Russell's returns. And the institutional ownership that we've been able to verify is greater than 100%, which implies at least some subset of these institutions hold shares because they need it as collateral in order to issue the ETF block shares. So, in anticipation of the overperformers being partially sold off to bring their proportion back in line with whatever the rebalancing requires, a lot of that sell-off will be coming from the institutional investors, the BlackRock, Vanguard, etc., who need fewer shares to maintain the ETF. Does that all make sense?
That makes sense.
So from this list of however many tickers, look for the ones that are approaching peaks, that have relatively low volume, so that any institutional selling will pretty much force the price down.
When does the rebalancing happen?
The rebalancing happens the last Friday in June, unless the last Friday is the 29th or 30th, in which case it's the second last Friday in June. So ideally, you'd like to get in by around. Here, I'll drop the link to the spreadsheet so you can all see what's going on. So ideally, you want to be able to get into your puts around the 15th, so that as rebalancing date approaches, you can take advantage of both the increasing IV and the change in price as shares get sold. Is it the 30th this year? Yeah, so it'll be the 23rd then is the last Friday. Is the Friday after which rebalancing should have happened for all funds which follow the Russell 1000, 2000, and 3000 ETFs.
I guess my next question is, on this day, does it typically affect the market on a broader scale as well? Because these other ones, to some people, are just going to be unrealistically dropping, and they don't really know why, so other things drop too?
Unclear. It wasn't like that last year.
That's what I was checking to see what it did. I wasn't involved in this last year. That's going to be some DD going through all that shit. So, in some of the other forums, I've heard people talking about doing strangles on the Russell and the Qs. Is that something that you also do, Hardy, or is that something that's not your duty?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So, in the other investment groups, I've heard people talking about doing strangles on the Russells and the Qs till November, or with November dates. And I was wondering if that's something you also do, or planning on doing, or if that's out of your wheelhouse.
I don't intend to. If I'm going to do leverage bets on the Qs, just do SQQQ and TQQQ, buy calls on each, and use that as a strangle. Russells I would avoid, especially the 2000, because the 2000 represents basically the bottom 2000 of tickers of the Russell 3000, which represents roughly the top 3,000 companies in the U.S. by market cap.
That's just too wide of a net.
I wouldn't say that. The reason why it's a little troublesome is because that bottom 2,000 tickers represents, let's say, 30% of the total market cap in the U.S. stock market. Whereas you have giants like Apple and the rest of the Fangmila that haven't been crushed, basically swinging SPY. So what I want, at least for these Russell rebalancing plays, I have the catalyst that shares will be sold. I also want, ideally, for the price to be at a relative peak, so that I have the mean reversion play on top of the rebalancing play as catalysts to increase the probability that my puts print. Make sense?
It does.
And Fire Not, the reason why low volume is a worthwhile indicator is because if the stock is trading, let's say, 1 million shares a day on average, and there's a potential 10 million share sell order coming down the pipe, that's 10 million shares of selling pressure, which should bring the price down. And these are fairly realistic numbers.
Hey Hardy, speaking of volume, I've seen like videos and anecdotal evidence of people saying that volume can be an indicator of bottoms due to the fact that if you see a large increase of it at certain intervals, and generally that's when a lot of buy orders are coming in, and the price tends to move up. So I don't know if there's any weight to that.
Low volume is just an indication that the price is more susceptible to the swings of large orders. The same can be said of a large sell order coming down the pipe.
Yeah, that's true.
Five minutes still open.
Some compelling evidence there from Leaf and Leopard that we may be shifting from a employees market to an employers market. I don't know how I feel about that based on a single jobs report. I feel like that might be transitory because as boomers continue to retire, the labor shortage will continue to be a persistent problem, I think, throughout the next several years, because their retirements are scheduled to accelerate. So we'll see what happens.
I feel like Leap and Leopard should come on stage, unless they're not capable right now, but they have a lot of good info.
I definitely appreciate the Leaping Lizard.
The labor shortage will only get worse once the H-1Bs are forced to leave.
When are the H-1Bs going to be forced to leave? When we finish building the wall, or
60 days after they were laid off.
Oh, fair. Okay. I'm sure we were going with there. But yeah, no. If they find someone else to sponsor their visa, though, they can stay, right?
Correct.
But
Relatively few
that's
companies
notorious.
are willing to. What's happening is they're being forced to accept lower paying contract jobs at what amount to not quite human factories, but for lack of a better term, consulting firms who specialize in getting these visas and have ways to game the system. But I guess if you're someone who's already built a life in America, bought a house on an H-1B and all that other stuff, have kids who were born in America, it's kind of a tough pill to swallow. But they'll choke it down regardless.
If you don't want to leave America, you're going to do what it takes to stay while you're looking for something else. So yeah, definitely the employer's market on these visas. People must be out of capital. It seems like you guys were always talking about 0 DTEs on SPY and cricket.
Well, I only really do SPY 0 DTEs on Fed fund rate days.
This is true.
When Daddy
But
Powell
that's just
speaks,
you.
we can make some good money.
Yep. Both ways, apparently.
Also true.
One minute.
Hi everyone, sorry about that.
Whoa.
I had to figure out how to use my my mic on Firefox, and Discord didn't like it.
Talking to the lawnmower?
Pardon?
That's market open, everybody.
We're open.
Sounds like you're in a factory or something.
Me, yeah, that might be actually be my laptop. It sounds like a jet engine. Let me angle it actually, and that might. So I'm gonna take this. I have a small.
Sounds like you're coming to us live from your moped going down the road.
Sorry, I server muted you until you get that straightened out.
Updates from the wind tunnel. Seems good.
What do we got? Anything moving? Oh, something just moved. I don't know what the hell it was.
Sorry.
Boyle jumped on open. Not by much, but jumping.
But yeah, that was just the only play. Thanks again for taking the time to listen. I will mute myself now, or at least attempt to.
Yeah, it's still pretty loud, buddy.
Yeah, big time. Two interactive software jumped on open.
I tried to mute myself completely. Can you also hear me?
You may want to
Too
turn
well.
on the noise canceling in Discord so it can try to remove the fan from your background.
Oh, how do I do that?
Voice settings, or user settings, where is it? Voice and video. Scroll down a bit. It'll give you the option to choose noise canceling.
Okay, I have to find user settings first. What corner is that in? Is that just right in the middle?
Well, I'm on desktop. I assume you are too.
Yeah, I'm on.
Bottom. User settings, the bottom left corner.
Yes, perfect. I see it.
Under app settings, which is the third thing down. Voice and video. Scroll down. Look for noise suppression, and then turn on crisp noise suppression. That should help you out.
Hey, Maggie.
I server muted him as well. Sorry.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Decibel amount is higher. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Okay.
So the good news,
Oh, he fixed it.
it works.
Thank
Now
you.
I hear me too.
Hey. All right. Did some nice EQing of the mic. All right.
I'm still concerned for your laptop.
Yeah, also, take that thing apart and blow out that dust or whatever.
Yeah, she runs well.
How's everybody feeling? Happy Friday.
Oh, I feel
Friday.
great. I'm leaving the doctor's office after getting a stent taken out of me. I feel great.
Oh, that's not fun.
I'm detecting sarcasm.
No, actually, I do feel great because I don't have a piece of plastic sitting in my kidney and bladder rubbing up against my organs. So this is amazing.
Ow.
I feel like a real boy.
I'm glad they put you back together.
Yes. Yep. 1 week past surgery, they already pulled out the stent, and I already feel like $1 million.
I've been there. I'm missing a spleen right now.
Oh, you'll get those back. Don't worry about it.
They don't come
I
back.
don't need it.
Nah. Yeah, I'm down a kidney, but life is good.
Just take probiotics.
Yeah,
There
I've been
you go.
doing that.
How's the market looking? 5 minutes in.
I keep forgetting to check because when I'm here, you guys entertain me so much.
Oh, good.
Oh, I made $400. Drinks are on me tonight.
Thank you.
Right. On antibiotics, can't have a drink.
I'll send you my DoorDash.
Yeah. DoorDash for everyone in the chat.
That would be fun if we all ordered the same food one time. Amazon's going up. That's exciting. Exciting for me. Exciting for me personally.
It's such a cortisolic activity, I'm finding.
Cortisolic activity, is that what you just said?
Yeah, I made it up.
I'm gonna reuse
Out
that.
of,
Yeah, well, I know what you mean by
out of the word cortisol.
Yeah, I know.
Like how you do it.
You mean stressful?
Yes.
I mean, I'm bullish on biotech. I'm pretty bullish on biotech.
I'm scared of biotech. It's too volatile.
That's very true.
But
My dad worked
Used
in
to-
time for like a long. Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking with
But,
all the, like all the COVID, everything was held off during COVID from being held by the FDA though, so a bunch of like backlog. The catalyst could be bad too.
Well, my play for healthcare in general is stuff like UNH for health insurance, GEHC for medical equipment, like things that are a little bit more stable, and they are what do you call it? Potentially undervalued too. So I've noticed that like even if some of the smaller cap biotech companies are undervalued, they are super volatile. So it's hard to time your entry on them.
Holy shit, my portfolio like dove at the bell. What is this? What went down? Let's see what it is. Oh, Sonos is up a little. Weight Watchers is down. Isn't there a million people in here that love Weight Watchers? Oh no, it's down a lot. It's down like 7%. Wait, no, it's not. It's down 1.5%.
Isn't that a good thing when weight goes down?
It's very true. I'm sorry, it's not down that much. It's down 1.5. I don't know why it said. It seemed like it was a lot.
Some shout outs to Wegovy.
Anyone buying Disney? Or do you think it's going lower?
I think it's going lower.
What about PayPal?
I don't have an opinion on PayPal. I haven't been following it.
Oh my god, it double beat earnings and dove in price. Let me see.
I think I might be holding it through ETFs, but I don't want to individually or buy options on it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find like the really undervalued stuff right now because a lot of the earnings reports are causing the stocks to either over go up or over go down. Oh my god, PayPal has oh no wonder PayPal also has a triple leveraged ETF.
Wait, triple?
Oh no, it's 1.5. Okay, it's 1.5. It's
Yeah, because
variable.
most of those single stock ones, they're either go from like 1.25 to 1.75.
Wow, I'm
But,
surprised. I didn't know PayPal would have one of those though. That seems a little bit.
Yeah, it is weird. There's an Nvidia bear one that I tried buying, and then Nvidia started skyrocketing, so I was like, I can't do this right.
Yeah, and all the fangs. That makes sense because they're so big. I guess not really makes sense. I don't think it's good. Or I don't support it. But
No, Nvidia's a meme stock to me because it just defies logic and fundamentals.
oh yeah, Nvidia just keeps going up. Like the Tesla of semiconductors.
Exactly. Hardy,
Yeah,
do you know why that happens?
Even down more. Wow.
What happened? What are you talking about?
What's the story with Nvidia? Do you know why they tend to defy fundamentals?
Well, they have contract. I know a lot about them.
NVIDIA is credited with having the only chip capable of running OpenAI and OpenAI's GPT-4 and other large LLMs. So it stands to reason that demand for those chips will skyrocket, and the premium that NVIDIA can earn from those chips will be thick.
Yeah, I get that. I guess I'm big on mean reversion, so I feel like that has to happen at some point.
Me too, but there's a lot of retard strength buying in NVIDIA.
Yeah.
And a lot of the price is sentiment.
Part of the trouble is
Yeah.
NVIDIA doesn't really have ready access to capacity to mass produce more the H100 chip, so their earnings are kind of constrained. Let's see. We don't have a lot of people in the audience, so I can do this.
Are you going to be sharing something?
Yeah. So someone asked about LVS calls, right? So let's have a look.
LVS?
Las Vegas Sands.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been looking at them. Thank you, yeah. I was looking at Win, so I would like to look at
Upside is kind of capped, so if you think you can make money with the between 60 and 65, go for it. Personally, for me, Las Vegas Sands is kind of in a no man's land, so I'm gonna wait for it to go to about $66 a share before buying puts. And that, of course, is a floating target. It's not a fixed target, so it depends basically where Gamma Max is, because Las Vegas Sands does not like to stay above Gamma Max for long.
Oh, that's a cool Gamma Max comparison. I like that.
You know how Gamma Max works, right?
I do. I know IV very well. I know how Gamma works, but I don't watch the numbers as well. But since it's pretty much, correlated to IV, I'm very strong at that.
I wouldn't mind if you re-explain the Gamma Max theory.
So the premise is that Gamma Max is the price where a hypothetical options portfolio made up of a ticker's option open interest has the highest portfolio level gamma.
Wait, sorry. Can you say that one more time?
It's the price where a hypothetical portfolio made up of an individual ticker's option open interest has the highest portfolio level gamma.
Interesting.
So
kind of like Max Payne, but okay, interesting.
On an individual basis, you mean?
Per ticker. So it's aggregated by ticker.
And it's all about the open interest, not volume at all?
No, not the volume, just the open interest.
Interesting. I've been thinking about lots of little things like that. Like, I've been comparing the delta to the volume in comparison with
I tend to follow open interest mostly to gauge, like, if there's a lot of activity for a certain strike, like, it makes more sense to target the ones that are higher, but just seems to be the way to do it.
It depends. It could either be overpriced or underpriced. So that's why if you compare that to the IV will tell you like how overpriced it is compared to normal, or if it's spiking in interest.
Boiler, how is open interest faked? I'm curious because the open interest numbers I get come from from OPRA, the Options Price Reporting Authority. Open interest means the contract is out and can be exercised.
It's not faked. I guess maybe what they mean is like some people
Let him answer. Let them answer. Or Boiler, would you like to speak?
Oh, you don't need a mic.
Because if what they're saying is true or cannot be debunked, that's going to break my thesis. So I want to make sure that I understand where they're
Skull,
coming from.
you're on camera again. I just wanted to let you know.
Check out my
You're okay?
plant. Yes.
It's
So you're okay with that? I just want to make sure.
There we go.
That's a good point, that it would ruin your thesis and you want to make sure. That's very...
Yeah.
Most people don't think very open-mindedly like that.
But one of the reasons I look at volume 2 is because obviously if you have no people to sell your options back to after you buy them, then you need to pay attention to this.
Yes, that's very true. Yeah. Like with the spread, if I sell one, I don't really care how much open interest it has because I want it to expire worthless. But the one that I buy, I really care now.
Right, yeah.
Baba has earnings next week, I think. What else? Let me look. Oh, also about NVIDIA, I forgot. I wanted to. I'm saying it wrong, right? How do you actually say it? NVIDIA? I always pronounce it wrong.
It's pronounced Inshidia.
Perfect. Okay, so there's also a lot of partners that they have. That was one thing I wanted to tell you. Like all these car companies, a lot of car companies, and then Adobe. They have like tons of partnerships. So it's like, I think people think of all those things. Oh, Boyd partnered with them. Interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of people think of that as like super growthy. Something about missiles they were getting involved in. Oh, and then like the self-driving cars needs NVIDIA chips also now, I think.
I heard that Texas Instruments is also moving into the automotive space, and they're more of like a blue chip semiconductor company.
Oh, really interesting. I like Siemens, and they're involved with semiconductors too.
Siemens, the same one that's in healthcare?
Yeah,
Was that-
SIE, the giant one, SIEMENS. They do like the glass etching for semiconductors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with them on the healthcare side because the top 3 companies are GE, Philips, and Siemens, who makes all of the multi-million-dollar medical equipment, and
All right.
a lot of people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
New Gravy. Basically, the idea is that you look to see how the price reacts off of gamma max or delta neutral. It's the reactions that drive the plays, not the price itself. Part of the trouble with simulating price movements far from the current price is I keep implied volatility the same, which is not really true, because if the price jumps 5%, IV is definitely going up.
Right.
The problem is I don't know how to model IV with that large a move that quickly, so I don't. And that's why using gamma max and delta neutral as price targets is relatively difficult.
Right, that
It's
actually makes a
much-
lot of sense. Yeah, you
the
can't
closer
calculate the
you-
exponential IV rise.
So the closer you are to crossing, or the closer you are to either price level, the more accurate that level is going to be.
Is that kind of like RSI then, in its own way? Not it's like a different version of RSI almost.
Can you tell me how RSI is calculated?
No, I cannot.
Basically, the number of up candles divided by the number of down candles, normalized from a scale of 0 to 100. It's a fucking bullshit
Oh,
metric,
that's
and so
it?
many people swear by it.
Oh, I knew that it was like not
Well,
like valid unless you use it with other things, but I did not know that's all it
It's
is.
not valid
That's
at
so
all.
dumb. That can so easily be
well,
manipulated
I
too.
would. I'm not going to defend RSI at all, but I do think that some metrics like the 200-day moving average is something that an anomaly that has been
It's
um
not an anomaly. There are 200 trading days in a year, roughly.
I love this guy. It's not an
right.
anomaly.
That's where it came from. The 20 also is useful because it is monthly, basically. It represents the month. The 50, I have no clue where that came from. It does not represent the number of trading days in a quarter.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of just saying that I feel like there is some math behind it that can be explained, where RSI I feel like is just kind of made up.
I know a lot of people that use it, but they don't seem like very successful traders. Tesla is very green. Oh, and Schwab is up 3%.
Sorry, Ryder. Feel free to finish your point. Gotta put Noah down for his nap.
Oh no, it's fine. I was kidding. But regarding like GE, like a lot of people think that they're like, you know, an old boomer company, but they make tons of really expensive medical equipment like MRI machines, CT scanners, things for like cardiac catheterizations, and this type of equipment can be like $15 million a pop. And there's a lot of new, not only new hospitals getting built across the world, and they're a global player, but there's also renovations happening everywhere, and especially with COVID coming out, there was an increase in demand for hospitals, hospital staff, construction projects are booming. So anything involving healthcare, combined with the aging population and a growingly obese population, is going to require this kind of equipment. So whenever you see, I would just keep an eye on any of those big healthcare companies, especially the ones involved in equipment. Also, like I said before, United Health, because whether we have a recession or not, people still need to take care of themselves. Because if you're not alive, then what is the point of money in general? So I think people are going to use that money for staples like that. But I digress. You can switch back to forget what we were talking about. RSI. Or did Hardy say that he's putting his baby to sleep?
Yeah, he said so. Yeah, I'm looking at just kind of looking at a heat map right now, trying to make sense of it. NVIDIA is very green. All the semiconductors are.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yes, sir.
I shared some subscriber data on Disney Hulu. It's not looking good.
Thank you. Yeah, that was their big problem during the earnings, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I shared some of the trend lines, just sort of going back over the last few years. So these are annual These are annual subscribers, but the data is on a quarterly basis. Hopefully that makes sense, right? So these are people that have subscribed to the Disney annual plan, but based on the quarterly numbers of the people that are subscribing annually.
So they're just adjusted.
Right.
Did they actually miss earnings, Disney? The revenue? Do you remember the revenue and the EPS miss? I actually didn't see that one.
I don't think they actually missed. It was the subscriber data falling off that was really the problem.
Yeah, I feel like Twilio also beat Amazon smashed earnings and didn't go up enough, and now it's finally moving up again. And PayPal double beat, and it's just falling to the cinders.
Anyone tell me anything about kind of leave on still on the topic? Anyone tell me anything about on semiconductor ADS?
Say that you're melted. Can you say that again?
Sure. Yeah. I was just wondering what people thought about Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing ADS.
Could go up, could go down.
Yeah.
What specific questions did you have?
Oh, none in general. I was wondering. I don't know.
What's the next deep fucking value play? Come on, guys.
Oh, cannabis is going up. Tilray is moving, Sundial's moving. Probably CGC is next.
I need something for down days other than just shorting Carvana. It's getting boring.
That's all you do?
Well, boring is good because you're making money when it's boring, right?
I suppose.
Has it been going well for you, shorting Carvana?
Yeah, going well.
I do
what were those
spreads
other
on
companies you were talking about? Sundial or something? What were the other ones you were saying?
Sundial and Tilray were just moving up quickly,
Oh.
so I'm just curious. I wonder if there's a catalyst. I don't know. Enphase is also way up. We were talking about that last week. That was a good buy at 155. It's going straight up right now.
Oh yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, Google is going to the moon too. Google's at like 117 or something like that. I was about to start swing trading it. I don't know why I didn't, but whatever.
I know. I swung trade desk the other day. It was amazing after earnings.
Nice.
It was going because that also double beat and it like fell down to $55, and I had already looked through the financials. It was crazy.
Very cool.
That was a good one.
That was a good play.
I think that one's still going up actually, but I don't know when. Disney already had the catalyst. Check on Boyle. How's Boyle doing?
Oh God, I'm fucking. I'm still scarred from trying to get a natural gas at like 220.
What happened along the way? You never made it?
No, I just bought a call for like 4 months out, way back in December when natural gas. I thought natural gas was at its lowest at like 2 something, and then natural gas has just been crappy all spring,
Yeah.
which I should have known. But you know,
Now it's the summer.
yeah, and now it's the summer, so who knows how low it'll go until companies start buying
Yeah.
again.
I know, but I
And
bought
then-
it and I've been selling covered calls on it when it runs and like buying them back. And I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see it getting below natural gas. The price of natural gas getting below like $2. So I don't know. Last time I looked at Boyle, it was at like 450. What is it at right now?
It's under 3. That's
Oh shit, it's a 3.
the thing.
I mean, part of me just wants to load up on calls now, like $10 calls now, but because I know it's going there eventually, but just probably not till the winter time. So they'd have to be pretty long dated to do anything. And we're not boomers in here, so we need some short dated plays.
You want a short thing?
I like shorting things. It's
So
fun.
there's plenty of overvalued stuff right now.
I mean, there's plenty of overvalued stuff. I was looking at JP Morgan. They're kind of overvalued right now.
Yeah, short. Sorry, you're triggering me.
And they're a pretty fun company to short, right?
I've never just shorted. I've never shorted any company, but I'll buy like bearish spreads.
Yeah,
Like
just
a
make sure you're doing it on the buy side. Just buy a put. Don't sell a put.
Oh no! I'll feel guilty.
Yeah, that's where you get in trouble. So
I guess I could buy a put on UVXY.
yeah, this is kind of the riskiest time to buy a put though on a down day. So it's kind of, you'll only be buying puts on companies you know are crap, because any good company is probably going to be up tomorrow, or not tomorrow but Monday.
You feel like today's gonna be a down day, or you just mean for them?
No, I'm just saying any good company. I think Monday will probably be a sideways or up day for any good stocks, whereas the crap will probably keep going down. But
Yeah, I'm pretty bearish on the Russell right now, actually. Even
yeah,
bullish on
but like I
biotech.
wouldn't short like things like Google or freaking Nvidia and stuff, because it's just too risky. But
And not with all the AI news that's gonna keep catalyzing them.
hmm but Carvana, JP Morgan, oh yeah, those fools can get it.
But Carvana, you gotta be careful. It's so fucking shorted.
It is, but it's overpriced at $12. I stopped short whenever it gets down to like $8. I start shorting it, because that's always when it turns around. It's $7 or $8.
But you know how it moves, right?
Oh yeah, it moves crazy.
That's why I do spreads on it. I do spreads when stocks move like that. Like stocks that I would never buy shares on. Another one's like IronNet. They just move stupidly. I just play like the volatility on them.
Yeah, I haven't done a calendar spread in a minute.
I'd be careful on that JP Morgan. Based on the data that I posted in the chat, it looks like they're starting to turn around their revenue decline based on the acquisition of additional banking assets as they sort of roll things up.
Thank you. Thanks, bro. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Like, I mean, they're gobbling up all the bad banks, right? So clearly they're going to turn their stock price around very shortly. But it's kind of just like a play on the last week's pump. But yeah, I appreciate that for sure. Or the last month's pump, I guess. Pumped a month ago. So.
How about IEP? Did you support that at all?
IET,
Oh, I got one. IEP, Carl Icahns fund.
Mm-mm.
I'm just so Carl Icahn, had that big hit piece put out by Hindenburg last week or 2 weeks ago. One of the companies one of the huge companies in his portfolio that hasn't moved much is Xerox. I don't know if they're going to. It's Xerox, but he owns 22% of the company, like in his holdings, so that could be possibly.
I had puts on Xerox and Newell, and I actually sold out of both of them yesterday. Newell only, NWL only went down since the IEP. So like the IEP news released, and then it just kept going down like 2 to 3% a day.
Right, Newell, right?
For like a week, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna just sell my puts now. Like I made money.
Nice.
And then Xerox actually kept going up.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It was shocking. Yeah,
and it didn't dip until it basically. What was it? Yesterday was the down day, or was it 2 days ago?
It happened. I missed it. I was just talking about it. Like, oh, how come that hasn't gone down yet?
And
Wednesday it dropped. It dropped from $14.78 down to $14 on Wednesday, and it was during that day that I sold it. So it was 2 days ago that I sold it.
Yeah. Was it like how much profit was that?
It was only like 20%, but
yeah, it's decent. Yeah, because you didn't know it was gonna happen.
It was pretty good, but the Newell was what really made it. And to be fair, I sold some of the Xerox contracts at break even also because I paper handed it like a bitch. But it's all right,
Yeah, I saw CVN went down a lot too. His energy company.
Yeah, what was the other one? CVI also.
CVN, I think. Oh, CVI. Yeah, that's it. I think or CVI.
CVI, right?
I think so. It was either CVI or CVN.
Yeah. Yeah, down 3%, down 22% on the month. Ugh.
Yeah.
Big oof on that one, dog.
Yeah, we can compare them on the month. That would be good too.
But he still hasn't got his margin call from JP Morgan. They should call him.
Just give him a call.
Yeah.
Call him up.
Hello. This is margin calling, right? Yeah.
March here. Well, he just had earnings this week too.
Right.
So interesting. Yeah, that was a good play to short his holdings.
Oh shit. SQQQ is running. No, yeah, that Xerox play sounds like a good play. I rarely short things off of like fundamentals or news cycles. I usually just look at technicals, look if it's like way oversold, and then do a short-term short. That's why I'm like looking at shorting JP Morgan, because I would not hold it longer than a week.
Interesting. So if you look at the TA on Xerox for like the past 2 weeks, is there anything in that? Since it wouldn't be in the TA obviously before that report came out, but since you look at TA, did you look at Xerox?
I'm looking at it.
Is it because like how the TA wouldn't be came out, right? Because it wouldn't affect anything yet. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
I was not at my computer.
The Icon Enterprises.
I'm on my phone, so I'm just looking at this shit on fucking Robinhood right now. I'd have to open up my computer to give you any real TA on Xerox, because Robinhood just has this little squiggly line.
They have a little arrow now.
Yeah,
and they got the moving averages and they got the Bollinger Bands. What do you mean?
Oh, you mean the advanced chart?
Yes, the advanced chart. Yes.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough out here on Robinhood.
George, what were you saying about I can't?
Bear with me. I'm opening up TradingView as we speak.
I appreciate you. Hi, George.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, that's cool.
George in the house? Is that our boy Giorgio Armani out here?
The Carl.
Yes, sir. Giorgio Armani. What's good?
The Icon Enterprises play is a safer play.
It's safer?
It's safer to short IEP, you mean?
Yeah.
Than Xerox.
But you
Yeah,
don't feel
Xerox.
like IEP already fell so much that like the puts are going to be ridiculously expensive.
Is that the one that's off like 28% for the month?
Yeah, it's IEP. It's like
Yeah.
igloos eat penises.
Is that the military designation for
Yeah, they
those?
changed it.
Oh,
You'll
okay.
get, you'll get the letter in the mail soon.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get the memo.
Did Sad
Yeah.
Molasses teach you that?
What?
There was another user, Sad Molasses, who had an alternate phonetic alphabet.
Oh, really? I need to meet
Damn,
that
deep
person. I'm the
cut,
only
Tom.
one I've ever met.
Deep cut. The molasses reference.
They always like come out of my mouth. Sometimes bad ones come out of my mouth, and it's like because I don't always pre-plan it.
I'm letting you up here, Slot Spoiler, so you can talk about your play here. Asking you shall receive high roller. Here's a chart of bank failures going back to the 1980s. And we have some of the 1930s in there as well.
That's a fun topic.
Do I always wear a tie? No, I only wear a tie on days where I'm actually being productive. So when you see me on the chat and I'm in just a polo shirt, it's because I'm probably not doing much that day. Probably playing a lot of video games.
Wait, so we don't mean anything to you?
Is that a clip on there, Scald?
It is not. This
okay.
is actually a Donald J. Trump tie. I'm sorry. You know what? These went on sale after he made some very racist comments. These went on sale for $4 a piece at Macy's. And I was like, these are nice ties for $4. I'll buy all of them.
Like you sold a put on the ties. They gave you a premium.
Yeah.
It's called thanks for politicizing the chat.
I'm sorry, shit. We're moving on. Let's talk about something.
How's the
not
Dow
political,
Jones
like
looking? Let's see.
Bank
Is it
failures.
green?
Yeah.
Is it red? Let's see. Oh no, my computer froze.
So, TA on Xerox. I mean, I'm bearish across pretty much every time frame except the 5-day.
Bearish except for the 5-day.
So yeah, like this week, I mean, it might go up the rest of the week. It might bump like 1450, maybe. But I mean, Xerox is looking pretty bearish across every single time frame. So I would just short it.
Makes sense. Before ICANN's hit piece even came out, he was doing terribly when I looked at his portfolio.
Yeah.
He was already doing bad. Like his best performer was Twitter, and then when it went private,
Yeah.
he
And
bought
when you look
Hertz recently too. Actually, I forgot about that. I don't know why or how or what's going on with that.
So I had quite a few shares in CVI and UAN because I was playing fertilizer. Not necessarily a shortage, but more of a spike of demand and a supply chain shift from Russia to America. And so I found CVI, which is CVR Energy, which is a petroleum company that also makes fertilizer. But then they have a separate ticker called UAN that is just their CVR partners, which is just their fertilizer thing.
Oh, that's also them?
Yeah.
Oh.
And so I had all this fucking money in CVI, and I was gonna play, and I was waiting for the earnings play because I knew that their earnings would just like totally kick ass, right?
Oh, you poor thing.
Well, I was right. Their expected earnings were $1.04, and their actual was $1.44. The numbers came out; they were hella good. It was like a 30% beat or something like that on expected revenue, and they timed that Hindenburg report for the freaking morning of those earnings, and so
Really, Hindenburg was spiteful.
Yes, Hindenburg. That Hindenburg,
Oh.
Hindenburg chose that date to release it on purpose because
Wow.
they knew. And then, like, I was reading the report, and they're talking shit on CVI, saying that like fertilizer price is down and fertilizer demand is down, but that's like keyhole perspective. Fertilizer price is down because fertilizer cost is down because they use natural gas, which is super cheap right now.
Oh, right. Which is that's your whole thesis right there, all together wrapped up in one.
Well, you think that nobody's buying fertilizer, but that's not true. People are buying it, and you can see that in the sales. The sales are up. And the other thing was the demand of fertilizer isn't down. For the aggregate demand of the world might be down, but the nitrogen-based fertilizer coming from America has to go up because Russia's been cut off from exporting there. So, anyways, like the price isn't matching my thesis. The numbers of the report are, though. So eventually that stock is going to go up, and I expect Carl Icahn in the next couple of days to rebuttal, and I think that Hindenburg might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew as far as CVI. Now, IEP, I don't care about IEP, dude. Go ahead and short that shit to the ground.
Right, that's like his own fun thing, weirdness. But doesn't he own almost all of CVI? Like actually all of it?
I know he owns a very good portion of it. Rockstar was telling me about that, but I don't know the percentage.
Yeah, I think it's all of it. Like it's his company.
No, there's not. Actually, if you go to their website, you can see all of their investors, and there's actually quite a long list of investors.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I was thinking he like wholly owned it. Thank you.
No, but I can pops up quite a bit on that investor list. Like it's like Icahn Enterprises, Icahn like LLC, and all this other stuff. But there are other people there.
So it's just gonna be like shorted now, though, right? Because it's gonna get caught up in his sentiment.
It's already been shorted. I think it's at a bottom. I think it's just gonna go up from here. But whatever, it's a bit of a longer play.
You know what it probably will is the next earnings.
Yeah.
That's typically what happens when they like do well on earnings but I don't know what the IEP stuff, it's gonna have more negative sentiment. Or you could be right, or you could say something good and everything could turn around.
I think Hindenburg's wrong.
Well, did you look into all his shady shit?
No, okay, now
look through the earnings reports?
Okay, now that I'm not going to defend. Yeah, I it's very his fancy financial bookkeeping is very interesting.
Yeah, his voting, especially.
Yeah, nope, not touching that. I don't know about that.
The voting for the IEP, for example, is. If you look on the last earnings report, it'll say like Thornwood. It's got like these code words: Bayberry, Thornwood, as like entities who are voting, special share unit holders. But they're all just him, disguised as other companies that he used to own.
Right. Yeah. There's like this documentary on something on Wall Street. Oh man, I almost had it. I almost remembered it. But it was there was like this medicine company, and they were opening up a whole bunch of like shell companies, and the way that they found them was that they were all named after chess moves.
Wait, what?
Like
That's
they
how
had
they
all these
found it?
different. They had all these fake entities that were all
Yeah,
all
it's
named
hard to find the name. Yeah, exactly. It's so
chess
confusing.
moves, and then and they were using that to either like launder money or hide losses or vote or something like that.
So that's the one thing that I kind of want to warn you is like if you look up the Paradise Papers, he has like been leaked to be doing a lot of really bad stuff with that, a lot of illegal stuff. But like, they all do, I know that. But it's gonna become, I don't know if it's gonna become bigger news or smaller news.
I hope he gets margin called, and I hope that he gets forced to buy back all of his GameStop shorts.
Me too. You gotta cover those fucking shorts. It's ugly without shorts on. gonna stand there naked. I don't think I can shorted GameStop though, because he's fun. He's buddy buddies with Ryan Cohen. What else? There's something else that I can't. Oh yeah. One other thing. One other fun fact. On his fund, in like the leaked stuff, it's on some like .org nonprofit site, but it's like kind of like the Pandora Papers. The two of the people on his fund are Harvey Weinstein and Martha Stewart. Those are like the top two principals. Which I feel bad for Martha actually about after reading what happened to her. But it's just, there's some interesting things to look at if you're really heavy in CVI. But I love my Boyle play, thank you. I'm doing amazing with it.
What's your Boyle play?
Is Slut still here?
Yeah, what's your Boyle? What's your Boyle play?
So when you told me about Boyle last week, 2 weeks ago maybe, I bought the 100 shares, right? And then like whenever it's been running, I think it ran twice so far, and I've been selling covered calls and buying them back because the premiums are just great and they fluctuate so much.
Yeah, I believe that we're at a bottom here for Boyle, and we've been here. So I've just been selling covered calls on my shares. I'm trying. I hope it pops and I can sell it though.
Well, so what I've been doing just to keep my cost basis down is just like selling the covered call in the money when it ran. Maybe it ran only once, but it ran like a lot, so I was able to do it 3 different times. So I like sold it in the money and then bought it back for like 30%. Sold it in the money, bought it back, and it just gets your cost basis down little by little.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that for a while, but they're getting a little bit long in the tooth. You know what I'm saying? Like I just want to cash out and get a different. Mine expired June 9th.
Yeah, let me look. Let me see which one. I think I bought. I think I'm just got uncovered shares right now.
Yeah, what's going on with Google today?
It had the AI news.
Well, they did, and then now they're not really down today either. Just still up.
Hey, Slut spoiler, are you still there?
That could be a good long short, but also really risky.
Yeah.
This gentleman's post of Chris Christie got deleted.
I think they're
I bought
Lambda versus
I bought
GPT.
$108. I bought $108 strike call for Google like 3 days ago. Good timing.
Nice. Yeah, I got Amazon. Perfect.
I'm gonna be working on another play here in early June when that CIO technology conference comes back. They got a couple more people joining. Cummins is there. There's a few others.
Are you familiar with the DIG ETF?
No.
Okay, I just posted in the chat a little bit ago of the comparing it to Boyle. It's also by ProShares, a leveraged one, and I just noticed that it's been rising more so than natural gas. I don't know if that's because it's more diversified, but I just wasn't
Could
sure
have
if you had a
oil
take
in
on
it.
it.
A lot of times they have oil too.
Yeah.
Is it based off of futures? Like,
Okay.
is it DIG? Is it a futures ETF?
I'm checking right now.
Okay.
It corresponds to 2 times the daily performance of the S&P Energy Select Index. Does not say futures. So the holdings right now, it looks like mostly oil and gas. Chevron, Exxon, ConocoPhillips, Marathon, Hess.
Yeah, it's like Gush,
Chevron.
Gush,
Yeah, I think it's similar to that one. But I noticed it moved kind of in tandem with Boyle until recently, where it started going up more, and then Boyle took a dip in 2023, where Dig went up.
It's the fears of recession and a slowing economy, which is driving the futures down, which directly affects Boyle. So when all this banking stuff gets figured out, hopefully soon, when they find a bank that's big enough to absorb all of the dominoes, then and the bullish sentiment on worries of a recession go away, it'll go back up. But I think it's going to go up as the weather starts getting warmer, and I think if tensions escalate as far as like Russia and Ukraine, I think it's going to go up, which could pretty much happen at any day now.
Earlier in the chat, Leaping Leopard, I don't know if he's still in here or could repost it, but he posted some interesting data showing that it looked like natural gas was going to be much higher than it had been in previous years based on the chart that he posted.
Yeah, the supply lines have been all messed up. The political tariffs. Actually, just read an article today about Yellen putting even more sanctions on Russian energy. Not Yellen, I'm sorry. German. Who's the German lady? Merkel.
She's not even in anymore, right?
She's not in the office anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. I can get it.
Here's Leaping Leopard's post.
UNG's 52-week low is $6.10. It's at $6.40 now. So I just bought a bunch of January 2024 calls. Fuck it.
Yeah, that was a good. UNG's good too. That's the non-leveraged, right?
You guys?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Leaping Leopard. What the hell? Holy shit!
The UNG spikes up to like $30 a share. I don't need to do the leverage one.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, that's true. But leverage is fun.
Okay, it's U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen and German Finance Minister Linder discussed Russian sanction on and global energy. I'm trying to get this article to read it. It is Leaping Leopard. Damn, I thought it was Leaping Leopold like this whole time. I think he must have changed it. I'm having one of those Mandela effect moments.
Oh no, a Mandela effect moment? Oh no.
Leaping Leopard since I know him. Sure.
That means something usually.
Did like a butterfly fly past you? It's like the butterfly
What
effect.
happened? Oh my god.
I think there was I definitely saw like the same black cat cross twice in a row.
Like the fly on
Matrix
Obama's
references.
nose.
There we go. There we
Remember
go.
when the fly landed Obama's nose?
I'm just looking at at 2023 compared to
The Obama
previous
fly
years. It's way up there.
Yeah, and natural gas will start going up again anyway in the winter, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Like getting a leap is pretty safe.
But also, like right now, they do a lot of their buying for winter, so they're starting to like fill their reserves and stuff like that over the summer.
Oh, really? Interesting.
They do their buying for summer right now.
Yeah. So if you look historically, there's always a spike during this time. Not as big as winter, but there's always a spike during this time in previous years. If you look at this chart.
Cool. Thank you. Good to know. I have a
Yeah,
natural
just watch
gas
out because
friend, but he's
last
been
year it
away.
ran a little long because of all the Ukraine news. So
Right, it could
they
fall a
had-
little lower probably, but even still, wouldn't be a bad entry. It was $1 average.
Yeah, that's why I just got the long dated ones now because it doesn't really matter. That premium I'll get that premium back regardless.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll buy a leap, and then if it goes down, like up
Double
like
down.
50%, I'll just buy another. Exactly, as I
There
know.
we go.
Because I'm like, what? This is already so cheap to me. Yeah.
You already know.
So far,
Dude, that is insane. Do Kwon is out on bail. That is nuts.
Why?
Who the fuck is Do Kwon?
The guy
Tron
behind
guy.
Terra.
Kwon. Yeah.
And more importantly, he has SBS lawyers.
Oh,
no
my
way.
goodness.
Oh
Are you
my
kidding
God.
me?
What a pro.
Amazing. That's interesting. Who are the lawyers?
I'm asking.
Are
I
they
don't know for
there?
sure. I'm asking.
Oh,
That's a question.
Oh, okay. That was just a
God.
joke. You were gonna just change the whole narrative.
If you don't know who Do Kwon is, there's a really great video on YouTube by a guy named CoffeeZilla, and he does a lot of crypto investigations, and he's really good. And I think he's got a great episode on Do Kwon. If it's the
He
guy, I'm
sounds
thinking.
like the rapper that made "Hit the Quan."
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, I can't believe they allowed him to have bail. He's like the definition of a flight risk. Like he's like the He already fled his country of origin. Right, and was hiding out in Europe for a while. Like, what makes you think like, hey, yeah, let's give this guy bail? Yeah. Jeez.
I need to get my ears checked. I thought you guys were saying Bill Huang this whole time.
Bill Huang? No. That's a
he
different
just told-
guy that
No,
also
he-
deleted billions, but different.
He did it legally, through the boomer system, so it's all good,
Yeah.
Do Kwon did it with the cryptocurrency, so we got to go after this fool.
Yeah. You can't just be deleting billions
You
like
can't
that.
just be letting crypto billionaires get away with this shit.
Bill Huang, Do Kwon, and Kathy
Unless they're
Woods.
spoiled little establishment children, then we get away with it. Then they get house arrest.
Okay.
Oh, so Leaping Leopard's like saying, I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, there was this whole thing called Tanker Gang. If you could look it up in WallStreetBets history, it's pretty interesting. But it looks like we've got a Tanker Gang style problem in Nat Gas. There's like literally nowhere to put it.
So
Like
the
physically
inverse.
store the Nat Gas.
Is Tanker Gang when the person bought futures and it came delivered to them?
That's not a tanker problem. Actually,
No,
it's a tanker benefit.
Yeah, there was this whole thing where like a bunch of tanker ships started piling up in the Mediterranean filled with oil. I'm trying to remember exactly what the trade was on it. It was
I
like
thought Tanker Gang was because of the Evergreen,
Evergreen.
Evergreen.
whichever one got stuck in the Suez Canal.
Oh yeah.
That led to the
I
rise.
believe that
of
was
Tanker
Evergreen.
Gang.
I
oh
remember that happened when Evergrande in China was an issue, so I kept confusing the two topics.
Oh,
This
you're
ties
right.
out.
Kind of like
This
Grayscale
scald
and BlackRock.
was around the time that, just after the time where oil futures were temporarily negative.
oh right, they went full contango, didn't they? Did I say that
Yeah.
right? Is that how you pronounce it?
You
Contango?
did.
Is that it?
So awesome.
It's pronounced orangutan. Okay.
Pronounced orangutan.
Some guy was like seriously thinking about taking delivery on like 100 barrels of oil and putting it in his backyard.
Yeah, see, that's what I figured you
think
meant.
everybody
Tanker Gang
was.
was. That's what I thought you meant.
Sweet beard.
Those
But
horror stories. I've heard a lot of those.
then there was the natural gas tankers that were at least suspended off of the coast of Europe, waiting until they could deliver.
That's why Amazon started making smaller boats. They zip through the
I don't
canals.
know if that's for natural gas. That might be for oil.
Oh. But are you saying the same thing's happening with natural gas? That there's nowhere to put it?
No, I think that's cleared up. That was
Here's
during
a-
the scare of shortage.
Here's a good explanation of Tanker Gang, courtesy of WallStreetBets. Hopefully that explains everything to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the history lesson.
Tanker Gang sounds like something out of a Mad Max movie.
Yeah, it does. I thought there was an older Tanker Gang though, like a few years ago. There was also this pile up of ships. Maybe it was like the same deal with what happened with the Evergreen, like where Suez Canal got blocked and then boats just started piling up.
So far, of of the ones being mentioned, Carl Icon Enterprises recovery for $1 going north is the safest play.
Wait, say that again. Did you say $1?
Going north?
Yeah. IEP.
Going up.
Carl Icon Enterprises is going to go up $1, if not much more. I just took $1. It won't go down.
Going up $1 represents a 3% gain.
Thank you for that. Yes. So why are
Doesn't
you
that
saying
mean it's
$1?
going-
Why are you saying $1 specifically?
Because I didn't want to say 5.
Okay.
What's
What
your
do you-
thesis?
So you mean
needed-
3 per? What's making you believe this?
What? Take $1 and run. Take the money.
Can we
Just
get
need
to a song?
arbitrary-
Can we get
It's,
that?
it's a better
Take
play
the
than the
dollar
one.
and run. Take the dollar
Any
and run.
arbitrary-
It's one of the better plays I heard in the past several months. The earnings plays, they're all miniatures.
They're not miniatures. They've been making like
Well,
800%.
You could short
No, I-
some of the horrible earnings that came out today, but
You see my Palantir one last week, George? Oh my god.
No, I didn't say miniature. I said any arbitrary integer.
Arbitrary.
Any number.
Any number here, it could go up 3%, it could go down 3%, it could go sideways. Who's to say?
What do you want to do?
What are you gonna do about it? We're talking
You're
here,
gonna go-
George. Take the dollar and run, George. Take the dollar and run.
it's going up. It's going up $1.
I can't take you.
Was someone still interested in TSMC?
Yes, I like it. Should I sell it? I have it. Maybe I'll sell it.
Yes, sir.
You bullish on TSMC?
I am.
Um,
I am. Aren't they coming to America? Aren't they coming to America?
They are. I could talk quite a bit about it actually.
But they're keeping their like highest level chips in Taiwan or what?
No.
Hmm.
No.
Please tell
No.
us. We'd love to hear about TSMC.
Well. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
One quick little introduction to TSMC.
That's right, get your
why,
facts
why is
straight.
their ticker not
Get your shit together.
TSMC? It's always bothered me.
Well, I have a
Ticker
whole
is
shitload of notes
TSM.
here.
Everyone calls it TSMC. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe I should just try and organize these a little bit better and then come back. But
Taiwan
I got-
Semiconductor Company.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a semiconductor company in Taiwan.
TSMC has achieved success by focusing solely on manufacturing and not designing. They made up 40% of ASML's sales last year. That's a lithography company based out of California and the Netherlands. TSMC is the current leader in high volume EUV chips, which is extreme ultraviolet, which means the smaller transistor, the faster, the better the chip. So the best chips. TSMC's customers are Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, and AMD. In 2024, it's the first year that Intel is producing EUV chips, 3 years behind TSMC. However, Intel has secured the first prototype of ASML's next machine, which is called the High Numerical Aperture, or High NA machine, which is even more advanced than the EUV machine. TSMC has been putting their chips in fighter jets, iPhones, etc. If you look at military civil fusion strategy, which means buying chips for commercial reasons and then putting them into military equipment, China rips off every fucking patent imaginable. There is almost no enforcement of international patent laws, and when it does enforce them, it usually takes 2 years too slow. Every piece of equipment is quickly reverse engineered and sold as a bootleg version. China considers Taiwan East China. The term province gets thrown around, but really them forcing the Top Gun sequel to remove the Taiwanese flag from Maverick's bomber jacket is all you need to know. They don't want them having their own flag. Tensions have been rising.
Dude, all you gotta tell me about TSMC is the P&E ratio is only 12.9.
Really?
That's a good long-term
And
buy.
they're not even audited, are they?
Yeah, that's a really low P&E.
I'm giving you guys a little.
So what peonies do you look for with semiconductors again?
Mockstar, are you having trouble getting on stage? I've gotten your invite a couple times.
I like it, anything under the market average, which is like around 18, I think, right now. I don't know what it's supposed to be for semis.
Bro, what is
brain?
Well, what is what is Nvidia and AMD's? Are they around the same?
You want me to
I
look
guess
this up?
Intel be better. Well, you're right there.
Oh God. Well, Nvidia's at 164, so
It's a little different.
Even Intel relies on TSMC to build their most advanced chips. I'm giving you guys. This is like all. I'm actually was gonna write a TSMC DD because I wanted to talk about how they're escaping over to America, and they have to. And the consequences of China getting a hold of those factories means that America would rather sabotage them than let them have it.
Say the last word again.
So you're getting there's some static on your end, just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's Diamond Hand. Diamond Hand. I think you get.
yeah. Let me mute. Hold on, let me mute.
So TSMC's rival is Samsung, but TSMC actually is better than Samsung. Currently they're the only ones who can make 5 nanometer chips, which is a way of ranking chips. It doesn't necessarily mean 5 nanometers. It's just sort of a nomenclature. They are building a new facility in New Mexico, and it's going to be like $40 billion.
Oh, I thought it was Arizona. Is it New Mexico?
Arizona, sorry. Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah, so like long-term bullish, right? Like that's pretty much. Is it still under 70?
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people are saying that's bullish, but the problem is when you build like one of these huge factories, say you build this huge factory in Arizona, and then China invades Taiwan, and your old semiconductor factory gets blown up or sabotaged or whatever, you've just lost pretty much 75% of your market cap.
Right, which is why I kind of assuming they were making it in.
Nobody's blowing Taiwan.
I know what he's saying. That he's trying to bear his thesis. He's trying to say worst case scenario.
There's no fucking way that America allows China to be able to manufacture EUV chips.
I don't think you're saying that you think that's going to happen, though, right? You're just saying if that happens, that would not be good for
the Department of Defense, ex-Department of Defense guys have already said that if China ever got a hold of it, they would sabotage those factories.
I don't doubt it. They would just take it. China loves the money, yeah.
It's just, dude. I'm just telling you that it's not part of the. It's not part of the global plan of America.
I wonder how long it will take to build that warehouse, because hopefully
TSMC will be ready in 2025. Intel is going to be ready in 2024.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. How was Intel? Did you say Intel was a high P?
Here in Columbus, Ohio, and there's another one in Arizona,
and another one in Oregon.
Right?
The one in Ohio is the one in Ohio is I think like $100 billion, and then there's 2 in Arizona that are both $20 billion.
The one in Ohio is also 20, but yeah, they're all 20.
Are you sure about that? Well, actually, I have it right here.
I'm not sure.
Intel just announced a $100 billion chip fab in Ohio, but
oh wow,
but the wording is a little bit off because
is Intel still at like 30?
I think they meant that $100 billion chip fab in Ohio and a $20 billion I don't know, but I have to check.
Right. So the federal trade, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, this regulates money transactions. It's not a part of the Treasury, but they do fair practice in terms of what constitutes a contract and what constitutes a payment. Things like that. They are regulating actual trade. So they don't do commodities. They're actually really just legal entities. Okay.
It's a private company, right?
No, that's the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. It's a separate entity, completely, totally different.
Yeah, but isn't it a private company?
No, the FTC is the Federal Trade Commission, Washington, like the city. They have a building, and essentially, what's important is if I pay you, and then all kinds of other stuff happens. When am my obligations cease, or do I continue? That's a variety of stuff that they do. And it sounds simple, but when you involve like all of the transactions, because there's a lot of transactions, including transactions that don't include cash, they don't include actual money. So that's their department. So here especially when you do with cryptocurrency. Okay, it's going to become, I don't know cryptocurrency, I'll just tell you. But I can see definitely the Federal Insurance Deposit Corporation, okay, has had to literally broker deals to rescue banks. Well, so the main cause of this, folks, is cryptocurrency and the FTX collapse, because it created a siphon, it created a giant vacuum. No big deal if everyone corrected their accounting, if they corrected their ledgers immediately, but they did not do that because they could not do that. So now you have the Federal Trade Commission involved. So now you're going to have the Federal Trade Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Is it a security? Then it falls under the SEC. If it's currency, okay, of some type, then it's going to fall under the Federal Trade Commission, not the SEC.
Well, what about the BTC?
How you collateralize? Let's say you're going to buy let's say like me, I want to buy a 4-story building, okay. Well, the bank's going to collateralize the loan. They're going to collateralize it with me using the piece of real estate and all of my assets. They're just going to. They're going to hang me if I screw up. They have everything that I have. Well, okay, but the bank has a loan. They have depositors. And they have made a loan. So now this is the internal ledger. Okay? This is not a security yet. It still falls under the jurisdiction of the Federal Trade Commission. What I'm liable for, what the bank's liable for. See? If it ever becomes a security, then it falls under the SEC. And now you see why the banks have failed, because they've misallocated. You see? They misallocated crypto to one or the other, either a security or cash. Or maybe we just do willy-nilly either one, because they didn't know. So there you go.
So what you're saying is that the lack of regulatory clarity on the part of SEC may have contributed to the downfall of banks like Silvergate and Silicon Valley because they were not able to accurately ascertain the assets that were on their books.
Well, I don't think that they're at fault because they didn't invent cryptocurrency. But
right, they did, but they were holding it, right? And then they didn't know how to hold it because there's no regulatory clarity on what it is. So therefore... Right.
Well, the Federal Trade Commission would be equally at fault, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's also the fallback of Dodd-Frank, and they didn't have stress tests on the smaller banks.
It's true.
Okay, but can you print money out of nothing like you used to do? Print out your money and just put it into crypto.
Sure, they're gonna make a federal coin.
Yeah, but that's what I say USDC is.
Right. So but okay, that's the thing, right? So now the federal government kind of becomes a competitor of Coinbase, with them making the Fed the main.
Good luck, but they own Tether too. Sort
Who?
of.
Tether is owned by Evergrande.
Oh fucking God forbid! Did you just say what?
USDT. USDT
Is owned by what? Chinese?
I thought USDT is all tied back. I thought Tether is all tied back to China.
Oh my God! If you just said that, I'm fucking out.
So here,
is it not true? I'm sorry if I'm misspeaking.
What? No, the USDT is not Evergrande. They're not related at all.
here's very interesting.
Do I think that because Evergrande holds a lot of Tether? Then I forget why I associate the two.
No, a lot of banks hold a lot of Evergrande.
Okay, back to profits. Okay, so
like
the government.
real quick,
the government.
Wait. You guys are making profits?
Well, I am, but unrelated.
Oh, okay. I just want to check. It's rare here. So.
Just want to clarify that that's actually happening. And the federal government is about to run out of cash. So, but the debt ceiling, Congress is at war with each other to figure out what they can get, whose chain they can yank on, in order to lift the. Well, that's Washington. They might lift the debt ceiling. They might buckle down. It really depends on who's going to try to get their way. So here's the overall. Here's a bird's eye view. Cryptocurrency needs to be listed as a type of cash. It needs to be treated as a cash, which involves substantial changes to the Federal Trade Commission. I don't know why the Securities and Exchange Commission would be interested in that. Remember, the government is not necessarily out for profit. Okay, that's not what they do. They regulate. They try to protect innocence of the citizens.
I'm so sorry.
So the question becomes: when cryptocurrency is completely listed as a cash type of currency equal to the United States dollar, where do you make a profit off of that?
I mean, Forex trading exists, right? People make profit off the US dollar all the time. The Forex churns $6 trillion a day in total trades on average. So, I mean, we trade currencies, right?
I guess that's my answer then.
Yeah.
I guess nothing.
It's very similar to crypto. You know, like commodities aren't technically like SIPC insured either.
How the fuck going back to trading, day trading, what's going to win and lose them after the earning announcements?
Here's the Evergrande link to Tether right here. Backed by it. It's like, you know how like USDT is backed by Coinbase and Robinhood and like collateralized by BNY Mellon, a couple different companies. So yeah, the Tether is collateralized by Evergrande, but they say that none of it is in commercial bonds. That's what they've said in statements.
Tether rotated out of commercial bonds in the middle of 2022.
Yeah, that's
they would have materialized some sort of loss, I would imagine, because the market was down well before they rotated out.
Yeah, July 2022, right around there.
Right, yeah, July 22. So the market had already been trending downward for like several months at that time. So they would have taken a loss on that commercial paper, right?
So
how big of a loss? I don't know.
The bank's going under, might be. Right. What's SBB?
We're in the beginning stages of the most anticipated recession in modern history.
Silvergate changed their ticker.
Yeah, isn't that like?
Like since when do we? Fuck, dude. I didn't even notice.
When do we know the market's going to crash right before it does?
Because it's happened in 2008. Do some lessons.
Oh, so everyone was prepared for it. That's why it happened.
Yeah.
No, they weren't. They weren't prepared for it, but Kramer fucking told them different. But
Silvergate got
I'm prepared for it this
pulled
time.
off of Robinhood.
First, there's some surprise bank failures. What's the Silvergate news, gentlemen?
Silvergate changed their ticker and they got pulled off of Robinhood and they dropped 70%.
Oh yeah, because they went bankrupt.
How are they allowed to just change
Isn't
their
that,
ticker
isn't
like
that
that?
old news? Because it's gone.
It's not old. I guess it happened yesterday. It's not old news. I haven't.
Really?
It happened yesterday.
Oh my god, am I thinking about that? Because we had talked about it a while ago.
Oh well, I've been talking about Silvergate going to being fucked for months.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm confusing the signature. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, we've been talking about Silvergate too, but I didn't realize that that's what you meant. I'm sorry.
It's been a real long time, slut. This is like fucking January, but hey, Maggie.
Oh, I see what you're saying, gentlemen. They rugged your puts. So you had puts on Silvergate, but now you're not able to cash them out.
Right, that's why I've
because-
been selling puts. I've been selling puts because then you collect the premium and you get your collateral back.
I don't know anybody else that happened to. Maybe a little.
Jada Gang has answered the chat.
They'll
There
probably
you go.
put it back. They did that at the First Republic too.
Yeah, thank God for some people.
Oh, you can close on SICP.
Yeah, you should be able to in like a day. I don't know, it takes like a day for them to update it.
Hopefully you didn't have weekly puts, because then they're expiring today. They did
Okay.
rug any. They did intentionally rug any weekly Silvergate holders by doing it all on Thursday. It's kind of fucked up.
Huh.
Not gonna
Well, what's
lie.
next? What happened after Silvergate? It was Silicon Valley.
It was Silvergate, Silicon Valley, Signature.
It was signature first, no?
SBNY.
Yeah.
SBB, right?
Well,
And then
remember,
what else
First
do we
Republic,
got? We
First
got
Republic really had no reason to be absorbed, though, from my perspective. So
What another? We got another shitty bank in there too.
and First Republic was like, we didn't work with crypto at all. We're just real bad at being a bank, and then they got fucked. That was First Republic's contribution.
Why
to
don't
the
we just look at
conversation.
Why don't we just look at DJ's fucking bingo card? He's got a.
Oh yeah.
Silvergate had accounts with FTX, so they had a relationship.
Yeah, Silvergate is immersed in crypto, man. They are the crypto bank, or they were.
When I first brought it up, Skull,
But-
you were like, "That's the bank of crypto. They're fine. They're fine."
I
And
did
was like,
say that.
I don't think they're
No,
fine.
I did because I was you did.
Well, no,
because
dude, nobody-
I was in a
everybody
short
called me-
Silvergate.
but this is why it's called. I'm giving some credit.
They all called me crazy.
No. I didn't even hear you that day, but I'm gonna go. It's like what you expect, Gold, is that there is some creditation to that, but then when they start to fucking go, bye.
Well, that's why I've been mostly like cash gang recently and stuff. Like, once banks start failing, man, you don't know where it's going to stop. Look at Lehman Brothers.
Right.
Lehman
No,
Brothers was 100 years old. They survived the fucking Great Depression.
the banks aren't failing; they're just getting absorbed. They're getting oligopolized.
I mean, I'm just saying they survive. I mean, so like, if you were trying to pick a bank that you think would survive, you would probably pick Lehman. If you didn't know, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, the advantage of hindsight is you're like, well, obviously they were a train wreck. But, like, that's the advantage of looking back at something, right? So, like, now we're in it, right? We're in a time of dominoing bank failures. So you're asking me what bank goes next? I don't know. Could be PacWest. Could be KeyBank. Could be Huntington Bank shares. Could be maybe the Midwest regional start failing, right? I don't know. I have no idea.
It'll just like if there was a way to know, you'd be looking for banks
There is
that are paying out their CEOs and execs like an exorbitant amount of rewards.
I just say all of them.
That is
I really hate. Honestly, I'm just saying. I really dislike Wells Fargo.
I think Schwab is on the list. And the reason why I say this is
That's
because when
TD.
FD
That's TD Bank.
Wells Fargo sucks.
That's TD Bank, right? That's
TD's
tied
in
to
Canada. TD's in
Right, no,
Canada.
but guess what? They own a couple other things down there too. Cowan. What they just bought out of that deal with First Horizon for $243 million. That's fucking expensive. Yeah.
Okay, so anyways, I'm thinking Schwab because when Signature Bank fell, there was a brief dip of a whole bunch of regional banks crashing, and Schwab was on that list, which is telling me that whoever blasted out sell orders was grouping Schwab in with those at-risk banks.
I thought
Now-
TD bought Schwab, or I thought didn't TD buy
Yeah,
Schwab?
they did. Ameritrade did. Ameritrade did. But then you're still tied to Canada somehow or another. Look at who was the most overshorted bank for the last month and a half, right? And maybe up till like 2 weeks ago.
Well, yeah, no, I know how to do it. You look at the high IV, like so the high IV. I'll post it. Which one can I post? I think I post in stocks and options, right? I'll post the high IV.
I think it's the other way around, though. I think Schwab bought TD Ameritrade, and TD Ameritrade is an offshoot of TD Bank. So I think that's the difference.
It is, but then
Schwab bought Ameritrade only.
Canada tried to buy First Horizon. Okay, they tried to buy First Horizon, TD Bank Canada, and they did buy Cowan.
Thank you. So Schwab bought Ameritrade. Interesting, and that was right before the crash, probably, right?
On Schwab, guys, I just want to say real quick, because people are looking at them in the same category as regionals and banks, but Schwab actually has separate, that it has balance sheets because of its equities firms, right? So that it has a whole ton of extra collateral, one could say, right? And reason to not just go running from Schwab like you do with the other banks. When the other banks are in trouble, everything's in trouble. Whereas Schwab, banking could be in trouble, but overall, it's tough to short because the company could probably survive.
Yeah, who's got that quadrant map that had all the banks placed on there? Because all the ones in the top right quadrant have failed now.
Yeah, I have that somewhere. The gentleman, you're good at this. Oh, I know where it is. I have it. I have a picture somewhere.
And the one
Can
thing
you
that
post
failed
that?
has is a couple of these three things, which is massive unrealized losses, net interest income declining, and declining deposits. Those three things are elements of every single bank is. How those conditions were achieved were different, but all three banks suffered in those three categories. And if you remember back to First Republic's earnings, when they got crushed, it was because of the net interest income, declining deposits, and the unrealized losses. And then when PacWest, I believe it was PacWest that ripped on earnings, if I'm not mistaken, or did they dump on earnings? One dumped and one ripped, and then it was because of the difference in declining deposits and interest income between the two banks, they had a different reaction. So that's my thesis as to why one ran, one dropped. I'm literally walking around my kitchen holding my finger, so I can't get the figures or anything like that. But I do remember that being the only difference between the two banks necessarily. I mean, as far as like the actual numbers within those categories were slightly different, but the declines were present in both banks in all three of those categories. But one was better and ran, and one was worse and dumped. So I'm seeing those three elements as being very important as to how Wall Street's looking at these things.
Yeah. Oh, someone just posted it. There it is. If you look, all the banks at the top right have failed in the top right quadrant.
And I need to apologize.
Except for what is CMA? What is that?
Chicago. That's that Chicago fucking thing.
Is that Mercantile?
No.
It's
CMA
It's
Bank.
Comerica.
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 Is it?
Puts on Comerica.
Yeah, I don't like that one either.
So another
That's
one
the
I just
play.
recently is
Doing it
that
right now.
There's also
This isn't the first time I've heard puts on CMA.
Yeah, I don't like them either.
Has anyone heard of? You should sell puts on it though, Because if it goes under, are you gonna be able to cash out your put?
No, that ask Jefferson about doing that.
You sell the
Mr.
put,
Risk
you sell the
Adverse
put,
himself,
you
selling
double
puts
win.
on failing banks.
I actually have to
But you
apologize because
double win.
I said something that I was incorrect, and somebody else did buy TD Ameritrade.
I literally said that right after you did.
Yeah, he did.
So
Okay.
we're
All
we're,
right.
we're already
Fine.
fixed.
I reiterated it.
But thank you. So it's not TD Ameritrade anymore.
I don't
It's
like
Schwab
being
Ameritrade.
incorrect. I don't like being incorrect, but it's like a mind fuck sometimes.
No, you're good, but we can move on.
Somebody said that they have puts on Comerica and it's not treating them pretty well. I wonder how much time they have left on them.
But so do you see what I'm saying about selling the put?
Holy shit!
If you
CMA is
sold
already
the
down
what's it called?
57% in 3 months.
So the puts I sold on First Republic, right? When they expire worthless, I'm gonna get my collateral back, and I kept the premium. Tell me why
Listen to this.
Tell me why that's not good.
CMA right now is down 17.76% for the week. And there's an article that says U.S. regional bank shares look to recover from bruising sell-off. Not this one. This is what I told AO. AO was like, "Oh, well, it's going to take some time." And I was like, "Dude, it's not going to take time. Bank runs are extremely violent situations. They happen fast, and they crumble markets."
Yeah, but where are you seeing bank runs?
All over out west. Out west.
Where?
Yeah.
This brought down Silicon Valley. That's what brought down.
No, yeah, that one time is a Peter Thiel. That doesn't mean that's going to continue to happen. Everyone actually knows now that.
Oh yes, it. Oh yes,
no,
it does.
everyone knows. No, but now everybody has done their DD and they know their money is insured. If anything,
Yeah, but
I would say it strengthens it.
Pac West is
Yeah,
losing
but it's not even about
depositors
that.
right now. I mean, they're hemorrhaging depositors. The bank runs
It's
are
literally-
ongoing.
it's
Right, I don't
right,
disagree that they're going to get absorbed.
It's not okay. So it's not in the media's interest to advertise bank runs because it's like pandemic. It like once it starts, it sort of snowballs and gets bigger. But just because the media reporting it doesn't mean it's not happening right now. Like even Wells Fargo is losing depositors right now. Like bigger banks are losing depositors right now just because of the idea of scares. And the problem with the whole FDIC, oh, your money's insured and that's great. Well, that doesn't mean that it's not going to be like held up or tied up as it goes into the authority of the FDIC to pay you out. Like it'll free, they might freeze your assets for a while they sort everything out.
I
And
understand
people
how
don't
it
want that.
works, but I don't think I don't know anybody, I haven't heard anybody in real life going to take their money out of banks and like hiding it under their mattress. Maybe putting it in like Coinbase or like in the stock market or other places. But
I am. I'm hiding in trees.
You are?
There's a couple of videos out there of people like lined up around the corner of banks like pulling their money out, and I think it was for Signature Bank. And you can see all these like tech bro looking dudes like lined up with polo shirts around the corner pulling their money out.
No, this is an honest opinion. If I sell my house, I'm going to take out cash, and I'm going to piss them the fuck off. Like I'm going to. I'm not gonna take pictures. I'm not gonna do all this shit. I might have some stacks. Like I'm not trying to brag. I'm just gonna buy fucking grade up silver. I don't give a fuck. Like I will not buy silver, but I'm going to take it from bank to bank and see what the fuck they have to say. Because I'm gonna be like, here's 250, like your max, and here's your max, here's your max, here's your max.
All right.
So am I insured?
So-
Am I insured? That's what you have to say.
Here's my plan: buy puts on Comerica, and then start a bank run on them.
I love it.
I'm just gonna get on my Twitter.
Yes.
And just be like, get your money out of Comerica. It's the next bank to go down, and then we're just
my
gonna
God.
do it live.
Yes, I just overheard a conversation at Comerica that the bank is out of money. Hashtag
Right.
rumors. Oh yeah, dude.
I heard the Mandalorian is fucking coming.
What?
Be the change you want to see in the world. Go America to zero.
Be the change you wish to see in the world. Fiscally responsible.
Way.
That's a good one.
Well, be careful about doing those puts on the banks. They might come after you.
I know, no, but hey, this is all in Minecraft, eh?
Oh boy, and here's another one. I have not been able to log into my Fidelity account now for 2 days. So what's on Fidelity?
So I have a question about these bank runs. Like some of these banks, these traditional banks, they can't raise that some of these other banks are now offering like 4%. So why would you not move your money out of a low yielding account into one of the more higher yielding ones? It's very easy. Like,
They can't or they won't.
You're talking about
They
GICs?
can't. There really isn't. But they're banking on raising the people to stay in their life and customer loyalty is in there.
Like TD Bank is offering like 3.75% or something, but it's very difficult to get it. You have to be, you have to be like a really loyal. What?
GIC, kind of like 100,000 or more. Like, how much do you have to have?
I forgot. I looked it up. TD, but it's like, so I mean, even PacWest is offering like a flat 4% to like, as an ordinary savings account. So why would you like hold your money in one of these, like, I don't know, Core America or TD banks that can't offer you the same interest? You can just, at a click of a button from home on your sofa, just move it across. Apple is 4.15. PayPal's new savings account is 4.15. I think there are these online banks that go up to like 6%.
Have you done that yet?
I did, yeah.
Have you transferred your money to Apple?
I kind of did, yeah.
Not all of it?
What's left behind is very minimal. I mean, it's just
I'm
I mean,
gonna give him credit. Only because, like, I know that they got whatever, so many trillion, 1.7 trillion or whatever.
billion. I think he said.
Oh
he
no,
got like
it's trillion, dude. It's trillion. It's like 1.7
I need
trillion.
to.
You kidding?
I'll see y'all later.
Right?
All right, Scott.
Gold.
What?
Do they have 1.7 trillion dollars?
Who?
Apple on the book.
I know he said that he saw 1 billion in the first few days after they started opening the savings account. I don't know what it is now, but for the first few days it was 1 billion.
I'm looking for how much they have cash.
Cash on hand? They got $55 billion cash on hand.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, that explains.
55.87 billion cash on hand.
And so you're correct. Cool. Have a good day.
Yeah, the guy that is talking about interest rates. You're moving your money for those interest rates.
Yeah, because it's not a certificate of deposit. You don't have to leave it there long term. The interest is calculated daily. You can move it in and out anywhere you want, any day you want.
I bought Robinhood calls sweeps when I heard that.
What?
I was getting Robinhood leaps when I heard that because they were higher than Apple.
Yeah, so there are all these non-traditional banks now offering higher yields than traditional banks, and the traditional banks can't keep up because they bought all these low interest treasury bills that they are now underwater in some of them, so they can't raise their interest.
Have you're familiar with on the New York Stock Exchange, right? So there are no fewer than 30 companies that invest in medium risk lending with equity compensation, so they are secured by equity. They're loan sharks. Okay? Basically, they're legal loan sharks, and they yield 10%, and they pay monthly dividends. I mean,
Can you name one? Can you name one as an example?
ticker CIF is the one that a lot of day traders dump their money into one of the lower trading high risk loan sharks. Ticker Sierra, Indigo, Foxtrot, CIF. I mean, it's monthly, and the reason the day traders are doing that is for a monthly dividend. They're doing it. It's not just to make money. They intend to use that money to gamble on stock options. So you run just a couple. If you run a couple calculations, you see one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to get like paid via different companies. They're trying to get paid.
Yeah, but aren't these a little bit too high risk for just regular savers who want to get
if
saving account?
Yeah,
I mean that's kind of like an extreme example of what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, Apple.
I know some millionaires in town that, just down the street from me, and I've known them for about 20 years. And sometimes people don't want to lend them like money at a good rate, and so they go. Their opportunity, they believe, is such a good opportunity, so that they take other alternatives. Banks are safe. Banks are kind of like safe type of loans. Well, so these guys, they have commercial buildings. These are multi-million-dollar buildings they put up for collateral. The guys I know, they're not fucking giving up their buildings. Okay? If they have other assets, they'd be like, yeah, okay, well, you got this one didn't work out, take it. All right, so 4% versus what, 10%?
It's like subsidiary assets that they'll give off instead of fucking, you know what I mean? Like they put that one up, but then they give subsidiary assets, right?
Yeah, their business is to be secured at the highest interest rate.
And you get rid of fucking junk while you can. Like even if that was a bad bet, if it was a good bet, good. Right? If it's a bad bet, I fucking have some junk for you.
I mean, look. Think about it this way. They have a loan officer. They're going to interview a loan officer for one of these companies. For any of those tickers, you run a screener for monthly dividends, okay? And one of the requirements, okay, for the loan officer is, have you ever lost $1 million? The stock market, gambling on the, Super Bowl, anything. And if the answer is no, you don't get the job. If the answer is yes. Okay, so you know how hard it is to make $1 million then. And how hard it is to replace $1 million. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so yeah, here's the thing. We're looking for loans that are not going to go bad, but could feasibly go bad.
It's like, where's your risk factor and how?
Yeah. I mean, if you do a $10 million loan and you're secured with a $10 million building, you might equate that's actually risky. I think most banks would consider that risky. They would, because it's a 1-for-1, and they're in the safe business, so they consider that risky. It's not risky. He's never giving up that fucking building, dude. Never.
No, that's not. You've got to have some stuff on the side, like some side trash, right? And the side trash is what they're gonna fucking grind.
Yeah, the guy. Well, right. The guy that. Right. The reason for him owning the building was that he had the story. I'm gonna turn our music down. But on that particular one, okay, so he had a retirement business, and so he did seminars for. He was a business graduate, so he looked at where the likely businesses were going to be. He's like, there's a lot of baby boomers that are going to be retiring in the next 20 to 25 years. If that, I don't know if that number makes sense, but so he had a retirement seminar business, right? So you wouldn't think that really would be that successful because it's just a sentence. It was quite successful. It did like retirement seminars for the CDC, for Coca-Cola, for little small people, everybody, all over the place. And he doesn't like own any mutual funds, but you have a seminar and he has like these books. He gives you, this is a mutual fund. Make sure about your IRA. This is a tax advantage thing. And that's what this seminar is about. It's about your eventually retiring. And so he rented 3 offices. And so what ended up happening was he bought the building. It's a massive building, office units in it. And it needed work, but he bought it for less than he was paying per month for those 3 offices. He bought the whole entire building, which is mostly vacant at the time, for less than what he's paying in an even more rundown place. Nobody's coming to your place. You just hire workers. So he was a businessman, through and through. So, he needs like a facelift or whatever, and he wants to put up his building for collateral. Okay, well, the building's not fully occupied. It's still a fucking good loan. I mean, if you want to make money and do nothing for it other than just loan out money and then you're going to make money, it's still a fucking good loan. See, so those are the people that these tickers are looking for. They're not horrible. They're not. It's not like there's nothing underhanded going on. It's just that when he contacts his bank goes no. Yeah, because you have like the thing is, it's just like the ratio doesn't meet what we would consider to be safe. It's like, well, so fucking what? Your ratios are stupid. I mean, I got like a whole fucking building. I got to rent it out. You're like, he's like, well, maybe you might be able to do that. Maybe not. Well, I mean, he has like 100% tenancy now and new elevators and whatever. It's not a bad loan.
Hey, I love all that compassion and I give you much props for that whole, like, I mean it, I like as a good spiel, because it was. But come to Vancouver, Canada, and tell me about the prices, because it's about as sickening as it is probably where you are right now. You know this, right? Commercial wise. No, can't hear you.
Man, I'm in Atlanta though, right? So, I mean, Atlanta's like I don't know. It's like in between Miami and LA. Like it literally is actually in between the 2 geographic locations, but it's literally kind of like that, with a little Chicago right in the middle. I don't know. 20,000 people a month moved to Atlanta for the past 20 years. Think about it. When I was like I don't know, 14 or 15, we had like about 2 million people. And now we have 5 million. It's 20,000 every single month. Every month. And it hasn't slowed down.
And it's ridiculous.
Hey, by the way, I have an Eco Labs DD on Reddit. Posted it yesterday.
That's the water bet. That's a longer payoff. I don't know, man. It's not, I have those longer term things in my portfolio, but I prefer shorter to medium things. I think it's a good play. Personally, I haven't done it yet, but it's a good play.
Well, I wanted to read something. I have $9 puts on Palantir expiring today, Leonidas. It's not gonna print. Maybe it will.
You do?
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Why would you do
I
that?
got blown out.
You know what?
Because the options implied move for their earnings was 9%, and they moved 32%, and so I was
50.
expecting a reversion.
Yeah.
Huh? 50.
I think at one point, when it hit top.
Well, it was like 32 when I bought the put, and then then it jumped higher, but I got blown out on that. But I was expecting some reversion back to the mean, I guess, and it didn't happen. It just kept on going up.
Well, you just didn't go far out enough, I guess, right?
Huh? Sorry?
You didn't go far out enough.
You know what? I'm just gonna take the loss. I got a Google call that has broken even with my Palantir loss, and so there you go.
Yeah,
but I do think
dollars.
Collect our dollars. Palantir's gonna go back down. Sorry?
Gentlemen.
So yeah, we can collect our dollars for the worthless contracts instead of just letting them go away.
Well, I should have gotten the puts today and out to next week, but I didn't.
When did you buy them? Just before earnings?
No. I bought them after earnings.
Oh, that's good. So the Ivy Crush, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I didn't get crushed. Actually, they were really cheap because it went up 30%. I got like I got about 11 puts.
Oh, okay, that's smart.
And none of them paid off. So.
Do you want to know what I did on Amazon? That was interesting. I sold bullish puts on the earnings, and 125 strike, and then I bought the 125. And then the 100 shares exercise, and I had like 100 shares at 125, right? And then it's kind of like what you did too in a way, because then when it retraced, because it does usually that. Like I know Palantir acted weird compared to other earnings, but other things like you're saying, it does usually retrace the next morning a bit, so that was pretty smart. But like when it retraced, I sold the bought put that I like covered it with, for 2,500 exactly. So then I had $100 a share on Amazon, and now I've just been like dollar cost averaging out.
Nice.
It feels very safe, because like you have that put anyway. There's a few different things you can do with it.
Okay, so I wanted to go over a comment on my post, I would like critical stuff. Okay, so this guy says, as someone who works in ag, which is agriculture, and knows about water, your water analysis is laughable. 1 acre foot of water is 325,851 gallons of water. The ag industry in California uses 43 million acre feet a year. Arizona's water use is about 7 million acre feet per year. These fab facilities on the high side might use 15 or 16 acre feet a day. This assumes your 40K wafers a month to water need per day ratio is accurate. It also assumes they run 365 days a year. That comes out to an 8% increase in the state's water usage per year. Arizona has stored 3 trillion gallons of water for future use. They will build a purifying plant, and that will be the end of it. It will be lucrative, but only to the tune of a few $1 million. So I responded.
What did he just say? $2 million?
He said Arizona has enough water.
To the tune
because
of
he works
$2
in ag.
$2 million?
Huh? A few $1 million.
Only any inadequacies, right? To $2 million?
He said a few $1 million. It'll be lucrative. And I said,
fucking nuts?
Well, let me explain. So I explained why he was wrong. And I said, so there isn't one large facility. It's 3 extra large facilities being built. So that 8% just went to 24% increase. Which will not, and that's raw. You're talking about raw water for agriculture, which will not be what is used. You're basically saying you've solved the water problem because people can drink out of the river. The raw water has too many fluctuations and not enough control. And you can look up 2001 Intel incident where high urea ruined a batch of wafers. Standards in water usage have increased since then as wafers get more advanced and sensitive to killer particles. And then I said, Taiwan is in a tropical climate surrounded by the ocean and still struggles with occasional droughts that affect their facilities' production. If they can't figure it out by just building a purifying plant, which is like what he said, after this entire time, why do you think it would be so easy for Arizona that's already under tight regulations? TSMC and Intel and the city of Phoenix will most likely be making a closed-loop water system like a Stage 3 or maybe even Stage 4 water treatment facility that forces that force water into the ground to clean it. And then he goes on and he says, having spent time in Taiwan, man, this guy's a fucking expert. Their production problems have more to do with infrastructure than weather. They are an island nation with limited resources. They are in no way comparable to the United States.
Can you
And
ask him how old he is?
And I said, the limited resource is water. They use a large reservoir to feed the foundries and the farmlands, and they are having trouble supplying both. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking like?
I know, but I'm not trying to school him on age either. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And does he know about the infrastructure over here in Canada and North America? And like I told you yesterday, right? And I don't like to fucking elaborate on it too much, but I'll just go AC pipe, right? And if you don't know what AC pipe is, it's asbestos concrete, and it's fucking what's in the ground, and that distributes our water around. Okay, like so, like that's just your fucking municipal water. If your municipality can fucking maintain it, it's in trouble. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, we gotta go there, right? Infrastructure is a fucking problem. Just my point. I just want to make that again. I really want to fucking iterate that. Know your role. Shut your hole. Sorry, I'm not rude. I'm a dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyways. Y'all got any plays?
Yes.
Other than Ecolab.
No. Google.
Google
I like
puts?
water. I like
Yeah.
water. Find some water stocks.
Aqua.
There's a couple, but most of the water stocks are like not high profit, not for profit. There's a couple of California water stocks that I invested in a long time ago. Never really went anywhere.
Yeah, they're hard. Those are. It's always hard. Those ones. Like, I mean, we already know who's who. You know, our good old fucking Nestle. I don't like them. We eat enough of that shit. Hey, slut.
Yeah.
How hot is it? How hot is it to get there again? Like, it's supposed to get to 35 by Tuesday. No, maybe 40 by Tuesday.
How hot is it?
Yeah, like I'm talking Celsius, right? 40 degrees Celsius here.
Where I'm at?
Yeah, and you can
Or
go
Phoenix,
there.
Arizona?
Oh, yeah, you guys might.
Because Phoenix, Arizona is the hottest spot in the world, hottest city.
Yeah, well, no. Death Valley is, but you know.
Well, Death Valley I don't count because
I do, because I count Vegas. Don't give out fucking Vegas. I give you guys the fucking props.
Phoenix is not the hottest city in the world. Kuwait is probably the hottest city in the world.
Oh, there you
They've
go.
had temperatures. They've had temperatures of like 142 degrees.
Hey.
I don't think Phoenix has ever been up to 142 yet.
Let's go work at a rig, just for a day.
It's gotten
you know,
close.
One of these projects, like we just get chains, do the fucking whole rigging shit. We'll have fun.
Yo, for real? Yes, it's rare. You want to ask about that? Lockheed Martin.
Talking to me?
And when you say foreign, it's really out of this world. Also, Google. Google actually has a patent for a electromagnetic drive that basically counteracts the effects of gravity. If you use spherical capacitance, and you can prevent a vortical magnetic vector field from forming. The electric field component of an electromagnetic AC circuit wave needs to dissipate energy in the form of, or not dissipate, but it needs to induce a gravitational field. And if you look it up, you just type in like Google patent triangle craft, and it'll just come right up.
So, what do you mean by gravity? What are you talking about? Like they're manipulating gravity?
When I drop these nuts on your face.
Oh,
well,
fuck.
You guys fucking asked.
These nuts?
Hey, check it
These
out,
nuts
dude.
are heavy. These nuts are heavier on Jupiter than they are on Earth.
Oh, fuck.
Hey. But are you ready? Are you
Hey, how fucking like comparable Lehman is to JP Morgan? How comparable?
Very.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep studying and watching that fucking movie over and over and over again.
Carvana just hit 11% down on the day to whoever had that short. Congratulations.
Actually,
I got fucking puts on them bitches.
Strovo, before Lockstar was talking about WWE, I was talking about WWE. Believe it or not.
Maggie, did we get that thing settled with FRCB? We understand what's going on.
Okay, so I get it. I'm sorry. I had a little brain lapse for a moment. Thank you so
Okay.
much. But I guess I forgot what my question was. My actual question was, can they in fact be exercised with the B at the end?
Yes, they can. Yeah.
For sure, 100%. Because you sold a contract, you know.
Yeah, you'll get shares in FRCB now instead of FRC, right?
Right.
You have puts or calls?
But is that
My
definitely
grandma had put.
has that happened to anybody? Has anyone had them exercise?
I closed before they expired on next Friday, so
I'm gonna try to. I think I might. I'm gonna try. I have a spread. I'm gonna try to do it. See if any of them will work. Hold on.
Well, with that drama that was going on with that guy with FRC puts, I told him like what he should do. You should buy 100 shares per contract of the underlying, and because Robinhood, like apparently they sell IOUs. They don't actually like put your market on the put your order on the market. And so if they give you IOUs of that shit, then you can exercise them, and now it's Robinhood's problem.
True. I mean, a lot of brokers do that. To be fair, like the not lit market. Yeah.
Well, it's not even a lit market. It's a fucking Chuck E. Cheese coupon market.
Yeah, but a lot of brokers have the same thing. Like Fidelity, you can route it. But they all have.
Yeah.
similar.
Well, Fidelity's an actual like exchange. What do you call it? They're not some crackerjack broker app.
That's the way you're gonna say that.
They're a broker and a fund manager, right?
They're their own clearinghouse, also.
Clearinghouse. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
That is the thing they're unique for. Yes.
Broker clearinghouse. Yeah.
That's the only one, right?
Schwab's legit.
No, but Schwab has a clearinghouse.
Right. Yeah. Well, you said, you asked if Fidelity was the only one, and I said no.
Yeah, with its own clearinghouse. Like Fidelity is its own collateral. Fidelity, like the Johnson family, is its own.
Well, they're not part of Apex. They're not like, if you look at who's in the family of Apex, it's all your shitty like Webull, Robinhood, what's that other one? Trading
E-Trade?
212.
Is E-Trade? Is International Brokers?
I don't think E-Trade's part of Apex Clearinghouse.
Tasty Trades, is that one of them?
Tasty Trades is under TD, which was bought by Schwab.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if that was part of the reason.
Because it has a TD in it. Tasty.
No, it's Tasty Trades.
Or wait, hold on. Well, it's Tasty Trades, and then there's Tasty Works, and then there's TD Ameritrade.
But so now it's called Schwab Ameritrade, right?
Right, yeah. They have a
Yeah.
section. Schwab's got a section on their website about if you were a TD Ameritrade customer, how to help you transition from one to the other.
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys want to hear some alien shit? Well,
Hey,
okay,
real quick,
so
real
Rockstar
quick,
was
can
talking
you
about
get
WWE since
can you
last
get
fall.
Stro up real quick? Before you
Um,
went to that.
Maybe. Well, I was just gonna say that WWE was part of my Breads and Circuses thesis, which was Bread Financial and WWE, because they were just like on a tear up through post-COVID.
Women's wrestling?
I do.
Was my mic working?
My wrestling.
I hear you, DJ.
Oh,
Yeah,
can somebody
I
bring
do.
Stro up real quick?
I'm here. I'm here with you. I'm here.
Hendrix or Georgia or Ryler is there? Y'all bring Strovell up.
I invited her.
Water. I need some water.
I invited her.
I want some water.
Hey, Stroville.
Hey, Rockstar, you're hot mic'd.
I want a star by my name.
Rockstar is always hot mic. That's not being hot mic'd. Just a normal day.
What, you don't like my music? It's from hillside to Haiti, from hillside to Haiti.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I try to hang in there, but I got my crypto position. I just have Bitcoin, but I'll get back in again. Oh, this dust settle.
All right. You know, it's all about survival, my folks.
Did you say you sold your Bitcoin?
Yeah, I got hammered pretty good. I wrote it
How,
down from 30,000 down to 27.
Where'd you buy it at?
And I bought it at 20. I got it in at 28, and then I got it over the 30 mark, and then I got out. I just got out at like 26, I think. It was this morning when I got out, or last night.
So you took a loss on it?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
I just went to all cash. I'm just cash, and I'm just waiting. I'll get back in again. I think. I mean, I don't know, man. The way America's trying to be about this, they're trying to squash it. It seems like they're trying to not give it any relevance. I mean, that's so crazy how you got Coinbase trying to, ask for, what the fuck you guys doing, SEC, and they won't even answer them. It's they're not even like respecting them as a viable entity or whatnot or anything.
What are you playing?
Bitcoin.
So he's playing what, the ETF?
No, he bought Bitcoin.
No, I
straight
bought the
up.
coin. Yeah. I just played on Coinbase.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just saying, take a break.
George.
No, just take a break. If you can get out alive, do so. I'm not saying fuck. I'm not saying sell because of me, but I'm saying wait till this debt ceiling comes. Okay. they start printing more money, you're good. How much money they print is a depender. I say 2.5 trillion, you're good. I say under
not-
2.5. I'd say under 2 trillion, you're done. They can't even
They're
pay
not.
the
They're not.
bills.
They're not printing any more money. They're raising the debt limit.
I know
So they
I
can-
know what it is, right? No, they're gonna. The debt limit is like printing more money. You know that.
Speaking of
no,
which,
they're selling bonds. They're going to sell treasuries.
We know, right?
It's,
We know.
It's a little bit
They're
different.
selling
It's a little bit different than quantitative easing. It's not quantitative easing. It's just increasing the amount that the U.S. government can borrow. They're not printing any more money because the Fed would do that.
It's not.
And the Fed
it's
has
not,
said that they have no tools at their disposal to deal with the debt issue. That is something that has totally got to come from
you and me,
Congress.
you and me.
Well,
You're
yeah,
Canadian.
It puts debt.
You guys could sell us. You probably could sell bonds on us. That's
It puts
actually
debt
true.
on Americans. It puts debt on Americans. This is true, but it's not.
debt
It's
on
different than. It's different than quantitative easing. So it's
But,
not going to be. They're not
you
going
know,
to be paying money for that.
It's kind of like printing money, though.
No, it's not. You're not increasing the money supply. You're increasing
You
the
should make
debt.
the limit.
You're
Make the limit
increasing.
infinity.
You're increasing the amount that you can borrow and the amount that you can get into debt. So you're increasing the amount of capital that's in the system.
You know what it sounds
No,
like? Sounds like
I'm,
Barry's Bank.
I'm not
It's
saying
offsetting
it's, I'm not
liability.
saying it's, I'm not saying it's legitimately the exact same thing, but I'm just saying the market reacts the same.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not have the same effect.
What about you? Like this is nothing compared, right? What
Huh?
about Barings? What about Barings Bank? Remember Barings, right? You remember that one? Remember
That was a
Barings
long
Bank?
time ago.
Remember- Yeah. It was a long time ago. It's like kind of like printing out bonds for that. You remember that one? There's a movie about it.
Hey, so the debt ceiling. So if it doesn't pass, right, and they can't pay the bills or whatnot, does that affects the value of the dollar?
That's what I'm.
No.
bringing
Well,
up.
It
won't?
doesn't.
Okay.
What it's going to do. So what it did last time, what it does every time, is the Treasury only keeps the essential people and essential services running, right? Like the Pentagon is not going to shut down. The military is not going to shut down. But everybody else that's a government worker, like the parks will shut down, like the national parks will shut down. Everyone that's a government employee is going to be sent home. They're going to be furloughed. And it's not that they're not going to get paid. It's just that they're not going to get paid until the debt issue is resolved, or unless they come up with the money somewhere.
I remember that when it happened in 2011. They were doing that.
Yeah. I was there too. I mean, I was actually working on some medical research projects, and they were NIH funded. And the NIH got shut down, and they said, don't work on these, and the NIH is not going to pay any of their bills until the debt issue is resolved. So basically, everything got kind of put on hold for a while.
Yep.
But
my
debts-
brother works a little bit with like the state, and that got held back. I believe some funding.
But the debts kept accumulating. So like if the government is renting a building from someone, or they're leasing a building from someone, they're not going to pay their bill in June, but they're still going to owe that money that they would have paid in June once everything gets resolved.
Right.
And it'll get resolved. It'll just take some time, but it'll get resolved eventually.
Yeah, Keeper had to play on that one company that does all the rentals to most of government agencies, I guess. I forgot the name of the company. I wanted to follow that.
That was Scald that had that one. Red something or other. It's the company that rents all the office buildings, the Class A office space to the government.
But
that's
it.
Can you explain how raising the debt ceiling affects the market?
Raising the debt ceiling?
Yeah.
It'll be a temporary, like if they don't come to an agreement on June 1st, it'll be a temporary decline. And then once they reach an agreement, then it's going to be a spike up, and then it's going to level off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's That's what I meant by printing money. Is it has the same effect on the market.
Well,
Like they stop printing because of that, or allows them to print more because they raise the ceiling higher. Like why do they
neither.
have to raise it?
They're not putting more money into the system, but they are effectively allowing more money to be spent.
The government is going to have more money to spend, and but there's also a debt that's associated with it that goes along with it. It's not like
that they literally do not give a single shit about. I don't think that we're disagreeing. I don't know. It's like, what's the difference between you printing out $5 and going and spending it at the store, and being like absolved of your debt and allowing you to spend more money and not be responsible?
Here's like the
you're still buying. You're still gonna go out and buy.
No, you're not. No, you're not. The government is, but you are not. So if you look at from an economic standpoint, right? Consumers account for 67% of the GDP. So
when I said you, I didn't mean the. I meant
right.
Okay.
The government accounts for less.
You're right.
Let people finish before.
The government accounts for less than 12% of the GDP, and the amount that they're looking to raise the debt limit by is an even smaller percentage than that. Now, when the Fed prints money and puts money out into the economy and making it available to consumer, to the average consumer, like what they did, then that's going to have a huge economic impact, because consumers account for 67% of the GDP, and consumers are notorious for spending. If you're increasing the debt limit, for the government, then Lockheed Martin might benefit, or whoever they're spending that money on might benefit, but it's not going to have the same kind of effect on the economy as a quarter point interest increase or decrease that the Fed does, because those affect the bulk of the spenders, versus government debt increases only affects the government, so it's going to have a much smaller economic impact.
The point being is the reason is a significant point is that the reason to increase the debt ceiling is that money is already spent, and we have incurring debts like United States military. So it has to get increased more. We have overspent. The United States government has overspent. So it's not like we're going to increase the debt ceiling so we can spend more, unless they actually do that. But the money's already been spent when we have to increase the debt ceiling.
Well, that's not entirely correct. So every year the government does a budget, right? And every year Congress has to approve that budget, and that budget is for the following year for the government. Now, the fiscal year for the government ends on May 31st, so they don't go on a calendar basis. So like the fiscal year for the government ends on, or the current budget expires on May 31st. And then when the new year starts on June 1st, the government's not going to have any money to spend, because there's no budget in place for them to spend the money from, right? So the money that they're negotiating now hasn't been spent yet. It's what Biden wants to spend, and what the Congress doesn't want to spend, that's for the next year, that makes the difference. But up until May 31st, we have a budget up until May 31st for the money that's being spent right now. The budget they're negotiating now is for money that's going to be spent in the future.
But what you have done is you tied yourself back to increasing the money supply. Because if Biden wants to spend it, and technically he spends it, okay, it will increase the money supply, because where do you think that money comes from? It comes from treasury bonds, which haven't been issued yet, and we don't necessarily have to issue them. So I said, I mean, the effect, but that's essentially what will happen.
The bonds that the treasury bonds that the Treasury issues to fund their debt are different than the bonds that the Fed uses to to increase and decrease the money supply.
No, hey, I'm gonna just give you this one, human. I'm sorry, I really got. I really don't like cutting you off. I know you know a lot more about this than I do. They are just gonna print them up against those things.
No, they can't.
They
It's
got
not.
no rules. They don't got no rules anymore.
They do. They do. There are still laws. There are still laws in place. The laws are still there. The treasury bonds that the government sells, that they pay back over time, those are different than the bonds that the Fed sells to the banks to increase or decrease the money supply. It's not the same thing. And like I said before, the amount that the government spends is such a small amount, relatively speaking, from the overall economy, that it doesn't have the same kind of an impact as like when the Fed raises interest rates or decreases interest rates for everyone in the economy. It's not going to have the same kind of impact, right? And you know, the difference that they're looking for is I think it's like a $2 trillion difference, which is in the debt, the national debt, which is negligible from a economic standpoint.
How are we supposed to make money on this in the first place? I lost that somewhere along there.
I think it's more, the only thing that you can do really is there's going to be emotional trading that goes on based on this. Like, people are going to freak out that the government is being shut down, and like people are going to have to change their spending habits if the government shuts down, because people aren't going to get their checks. So obviously they're going to have to go into their savings.
Right. It happens every year.
But it's only the government workers. It's not all the other people that have jobs in private industry, not non-governmental jobs. They're not going to even feel it.
It's just bearish, and then when just before they're about to
slightly bearish
agree, well, right before they're about to agree to raise it, then you get calls.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be emotional trading based on like, oh my God, the government's shutting down, and then oh good, they got an agreement. It's going to be like quick swings up and down and up, and then it's done. But it's not going to have like a huge, unless they stay shut down, it's not going to have a terribly huge impact on the markets or the economy.
So what specific ETF would be good to be in?
I'm not sure, but government shutting down is probably the best thing that can happen to America right now, because compared to what they're doing when they're actively working, shutting down would be a blessing, would be a godsend, because they're fucking things up royally.
Oh, so real quick, Keys Bank has earnings next Tuesday.
Keynes?
Key,
Yeah. They're on my list, actually.
That's relevant because First Republic had earnings a few days before. Not that I know if that was related, but should be interesting.
Or is it? Wait, can you spell it again?
I think it's KEY. It could be KEYS.
No, it's just KEY.
Okay, so like
KeyBank. Oh, okay.
KeyBank.
There's another one that's like. There's another one that's like KEIN. No.
Now I know some people at KeyBank. I can call them and get some friendly info.
Yeah, check up on them.
I will.
Make sure they're doing all right.
Will do.
Oof.
That's a Georgia bank?
No, I think they're headquartered out of Cleveland, Ohio.
How do their finances look?
Stock's not looking great. KeyBank says earnings are on July 20th on Robinhood.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. But there's another. But I think you're talking about a different bank called like Keen.
Okay, let me double check. Sorry, my bot spit it out, so it could be wrong.
Line Bank? No, Keen Bank. Yeah, there's a lot of banks.
Internet's so slow.
I think it's over 4,000 banks we got in the U.S.
There's one that's in the same group with Signature and or PacWest and Wall.
Yeah, that was Key.
No,
That was
no,
Key. That was
Northern
in
Trust.
the,
Northern Trust.
he was the one that was in that group with all those other regional banks that were on the, short list.
Yeah. Okay. I see Key Bank.
Northern
Okay,
Trust.
I know,
Okay. Damn. I was
You're
way.
right.
Okay. I was. No,
You're
I'm
right,
sorry.
it's
I was
July,
way
something like
off.
that.
The bank I'm looking at is called Zion Bank. I knew it was.
I'm sorry.
knew it
Yeah, I was
weird.
way up. I was thinking of that one too originally. It's so funny. That's the one
Yeah.
that's the Mormon. That's the Mormon bank, though.
Okay.
Like I think it's a Church of Mormon. So I feel like that's unique.
I don't know if I want to bet against the Mormons.
And Scientology's got all their money there.
Well, I actually been thinking about the Waylon Jennings Bank.
Is that a real thing?
I wish it was. I would actually bank it. I would bank at the bank at the Clint Eastwood Bank. No joke.
I bank at the International Bank of Bitcoin.
The bank of fucking Old Town Hustlers.
The International Bank of Bitcoin. You never have to worry about losing your Bitcoin. It's always there on a blockchain, safe and secure.
Oh, I see the problem. I'm sorry. It's
You know you like your light. I like my light.
Let me just see how Bitcoin is doing today.
That's the problem. There's a Keys ticker for next week, KEYS, but it's like some other. It's a Keysight Technologies. It's something different.
Oh, yeah, that's not the bank.
No, the bank's just KEY, I guess.
I'll still try to see if I can get some friendly info on them for the July earnings. So
Yeah,
they must have
that's
just reported earnings a couple of weeks ago. If their next earnings is in July,
That's true. It had to be
they must
after
have reported in April. They would have reported in April sometime.
Interesting to compare it to First Republic since they both have reported.
New article from Reuters just dropped about Google being sued for false advertisement in selling their phones. I think that this little AI bubble is about to get popped. And there it
Cool,
goes.
I've got puts on Google.
What strike?
I think it was 103. They were really cheap. I got them for like a nickel a piece.
I got the
Nicola
115
share.
for fucking June.
I have a 108 call, which has done me real well, and I got that for $4.45.
I have Google shares too. I just figured there'd be a reversion after their pop after the Google I/O conference.
Is the news causing it to tank? What?
I don't think it's gonna cause it to tank, but it's timed perfectly right with that peak. It went up, peaked, popped, and now it's pushing back down. I don't think still great for the day, which is pretty good because the rest of my shit on my watch list is all red.
Yeah, same. I did a scalp today on SPY. That's it so far for me. And I got some Morgan puts.
There's Enphase that's green. There's this other ticker that I've tried to talk about.
And
It's called
IEP is mega green.
So if you really want a good chart, download what I just posted in the chat.
I hope George caught his dollar. Do you think he got his dollar? He did. He was right.
So there's this ticker that called TECK. You guys should check it out. I think Rockstar knows about it, but it's a mining company that is also in like just a whole bunch of like real raw resources stuff, including fertilizers and copper. And they are talking about acquisitions or being acquired or a buyout. And
What's that ticker?
TECK.
TECK.
I think dude, I wish Rad the Reptile was here because I think he knows quite a bit about them because
Yeah.
they touch on copper mining and
They were
maybe
were gonna get into oil or stuff. They wanted, but then they pulled out of the project.
Okay.
Some heavy oil sand project out in Alberta.
They're Canadian, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not tea.
So you should know about them, right? You guys all know each other up there? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we do.
No, we live next to each other up here because we all live in the fucking trailer park here.
It's only like 4 igloos up here, right?
Jesus
So.
Christ, like, fuck. You know, kitty's only fucking. We got a kitty fucking like Mart up the road.
Don't dox yourself. Don't be doxing yourselves.
Well, we want to welcome Bubbles to the chat.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Bubbles.
But anyways, there's a whole buy the rumor, sell the news thing going on right now with tech, and they're up to something.
I want to look into this more.
Just put it on your guys' watch list.
So is that TDK?
TECK.
TECK.
Oh, I thought it was like that fucking CD company. You know, like fucking way back. Fucking kitties and shit. They fucking used to fucking food kitties. Fucking TVs. Oh.
Hey. Got a nice run since 20 there. It's fucking $7. Now it's 43.
What was that Canadian movie or show back in the day? Was it Bob and Bill McKay? I forgot the name. It was funny shit, dude. He's still watching.
On Great Way North, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
SCTV.
I catch the 8. I'm like, Canadian.
Stupid question. If you don't have a limit sale like to sell your contract of an option, then it's not counted in the open interest, right?
What?
Like if you bought a
You're
contract,
saying if it's not a real order yet?
right? Like if you're holding a call but you don't have it set up to sell.
I don't think it would be.
Yeah.
If you have a call,
Like, I bought a call, right? Like, I bought a call from like 6 months from now. Like tomorrow, will it show in the open interest for even if I
Yes.
didn't put a limit sell in?
Yeah, it's an open order.
If you still have an
Oh, I
open
see.
position, it's still going to be in the open interest.
Oh,
right?
I thought it was for one that didn't open yet. Never mind.
Okay. It's like all open contracts. It's not
Open interest is like the amount of contracts that are currently open. Like people are
Okay.
holding
Block them.
actively, right?
Yeah.
It's cool you watch that grow. You know, it's somewhere important.
Versus the volume. The volume might be way higher than the open interest because people are buying and selling, you know.
Well, the volume is how many are bought and sold. Yeah.
Is there anyone that's not currently speaking? I think we could move them to the audience.
There has got to be a ticker out there. Georgia hasn't in a while. There has got to be a ticker out there that has a ETF for these these banks that Jefferson has posted. Because I'm seeing like a good handful of these banks are all down, and they're all commercial real estate. So instead of like, I think the play here would be shorting that ETF or going buying puts on it, and that way we don't have to guess about what bank is going to fail next. We just ride the ETF down as they all get.
That is a very good idea, Penguin. Are there any triple leverage bank ETFs?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure.
FAZ and that's the one of them's a bear and one's a bull. I forget which one, but Direction has a.
Yeah. Wow.
I think.
down
Can we
quite a
post the
bit.
tickers? That's a very good idea. I like that.
What? Oh, you guys are talking about stocks.
I said, yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't come in here for stocks. You know that. You know, I should probably learn, but
You can still
I'm
talk
so
about the
scared.
bank. Like if you know any of the companies, that matters.
Yeah, so the financial bull is FAS, and then the bear one is FAZ.
Thank you. FAS, like Frank Allen Saves.
Mm-hmm.
Trot Alpha Sierra.
I don't love the ticker,
Yeah,
but
I can't do the.
oh no, you're gonna get the notice in
mil-
the mail. They've changed the military phonetic code.
Alpha Bravo. Repeat after me, class. Alpha Bravo Charlie.
Delta.
Everyone gets the trigger.
Alpha, Bravo, Charlie,
People get so
Delta.
upset. They get so upset. Yeah,
I want them real slow. I want them real fucking slow. Like my kitties need to learn too. Okay.
I actually don't approve of teaching people the Navy codes for the letters because I want to see what they come up with because it tells me whether or not they're bullshit.
Hey, I
Thank
got
you,
fucking,
slut.
I got fucking glasses here, okay? Like fuck.
Exactly.
Like fucking shit. Fucking.
If someone's
kids
like,
got
"Oh yeah,
glasses too. You never ever thought of
the ticker is like GOOG." That's guess only guess. I'm like, oh god, who the fuck is this? But anyways, okay, so
Why,
I'm
what does
looking.
that tell you about something yes and only? Is it the by that symmetry that bothers you, or?
Well, someone's like, oh, the ticker is Apple anal penis lick. I'll be like,
I was
Jesus.
labyrinth.
I thought you.
But isn't that funnier than using the real?
So you used to work down at.
But I purposefully do it so you can remember it. There's a certain art to how you do them.
Yeah, we're using a Pornhub phonetic alphabet from Pornhub.
Let's do it.
No.
I need to diversify my pornfolio.
Like get off the unicorn. I'll always remember like Canu's get off the unicorn. And then there's like Pretty Huge Girl, right? PhD, which is like the ultra safe, ETF. There's lots of great ones that I always remember.
Okay, for real, I'm looking at these ETFs and they don't look that great.
I was looking at PhD Girl.
I'm expecting something that looks a little bit more similar to the WAL chart, or the PacWest chart, or the Zion chart, or the Signature Bank chart, or the FRC chart. And I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is more of a yo-yo. So
they don't bearish.
Northern
They
Trust.
they just look like they don't look like they're traveling coordinated with time specifically.
Okay, so what about Northern Trust? What about Northern Trust? You got one?
Okay, so
Is that
then we gotta go to
ETF?
the ETF. You can go to the
It's
ETF.
for Northern Trust, and I think it's NCTF. I don't know.
There's that
You'll find it,
website
you'll
that
find it,
tells
you'll find
you.
it. It's one of those
there's a-
long 4-letter words.
What's that website? There's a website that tells you for each company like which ETFs hold them.
Pornhub.
It's ETF.com.
Pornhub?
ETS.com. Hey, fuck ETS.
They're out of Montreal. I thought they were private company.
They're fucking brother.
I thought they were private.
I know, but they're fucking. All right, they're fucking. Whoa. I'm not hooking. I'm not hooking kitties. Like fucking my children. And by the way, you're a fucking real spoiler here, you know? Fucking dynamite, fucking Frankenstein, wearing suit and shit. Huh? Fucking
Buckler and turn and shit.
You fucking.
I think you're winning. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Well, fuck. You fucking got those magnets coming out of your fucking throat, eh?
What the hell going on?
I don't know.
First off, we don't even know. And kitties are coming your way. You're gonna pick some up in the next fucking bed.
You learn a foobar over here.
Nobody is no.
Fucking kneecap, Farrell. Clear that.
You fucking do far? Fucking goddamn Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's fucking foobar, fucking capital letters. Fucking foobar, like fucking. You know, fuck.
Classic movie.
We
all stream it.
Last action hero. You know, like fucking not last action, but last action. Fucking easy, like I did that fucking movie coming. Like fucking easy.
Speaking of Arnold Schwarzenegger, where were you lifting the whole stack of fucking? What were you doing in Planet Fitness, bro? I saw that picture.
Leg lifts and calf
Fucking
raise.
break your fucking knees, man.
Dude, I know, right? I'm like, dude, I can do straight up 15 reps, full stack plate, but I don't even know how much I can actually do because I get so scared of my knees bending in half, snapping.
Wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's videos of that shit, man. Especially like in the leg presses and stuff.
Dude, my legs are like size of beef, dude. I'm pretty proud of these babies. I could like kick a hole in the wall, man.
Fucking goddamn
Fuck yeah.
Hey, it's like fucking kneecap shit. Like fuck, the 3M makes shit. Yeah. Fuck, Bubbles knows it shit. I got it for my kitty. Huh? You know what? I fucking care about your fucking leg. You got some Creed?
Apparently those guys are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Oh,
fucking foobar guys.
That's how they all are up in fucking trailer park. Fucking dick sucker, motherfucker. Sorry, excuse me.
Fucking Diener, fucking prick.
Motherfucker. He's fucking died. Died 5 years ago. Fuck.
Why aren't you up here, Chris?
I know.
Get your fucking ass up here.
Ice cream. Fuck, he doesn't use it. I fucking eating a Dairy Queen. Fucking serve it.
Fair enough. Get some noted.
I know. Fucking eating fuck. We just been eating fucking with a bunch of chemicals. Fuck, what?
Alright, you got Jamie Moore, down $2, a little over $2, and you got Pax's turn a little bit too. The 19 cents down, the whole 3 cents down the whole fucking day. I'm just keeping them up.
I'm just gonna go find a diver here right now. Dive already? I'm just gonna go into the fucking. I'll be back.
It's cousin, Marvin Berry. You know that bearish downturn in the market you were expecting? Well, look at this.
You know what we should watch? Trading Places. Eddie Murphy. When Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, trade places?
Yeah, and fucking.
Yeah, because I bought some fucking oranges, and I'm sitting on a beach.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
One of my favorite, buddy. It is. Honestly.
Palantir's coming down, ain't it? It's down 3.64%. My puts are still my puts are still fucked. It would be nice to get them.
Well, I don't think that's gonna today. Sorry.
Maybe we're halfway there. Well, halfway. And Wingstop is up. Wingstop's up, guys. This is what I'm talking about. This is the bullshit I'm talking about.
Do you like Wingstop?
I hate Wingstop.
I fucking hate Wingstop, dude. There's too many candidates.
Wingstop makes a mockery of honest investing.
I get you.
So Wingstop's got shit money. I mean, I guess they're making money, right? I mean, they're not burning no money. They're growing. I've never been the one. And I talked to one of my customers actually who had the one. He said it's fucking delicious.
Oh my god!
But that's a younger kid though that was saying that.
First off, he doesn't know about price. So the thing about Wingstop is it's valued as a tech stock, which allows it to have a really high PE ratio of like 107 or whatever it's sitting at. This is because this is justified because they have an app, right? They have an application that allows you to order Wingstop. But we're in the midst of this the worst avian flu ever, which means that chickens are killed off. You get cheap chickens as farmers push their chickens to market, trying to deplete their numbers, so that the CDC can regulate how many chickens per square feet they can have. However, this boon in cheap chicken is coming to an end, as chicken shortages is going to raise the cost and the price of chicken, which it should have already done. And so now they either have to sacrifice on the quality of their chicken, or they will have to raise their prices. The problem with that is that Wingstop customers are usually just low income areas, and they have a whole bunch of different competition from other people with even cheaper chicken sandwiches and cheaper chicken pieces. And so all of this, so you got their cost, you got an overinflated PE ratio based on bullshit. And the reason why the stock is moving up is because of high institutional ownership, which at some point has got to come out, because this is a whole bunch of horse hockey. And so
they're coming out like leading their earnings every earnings report, like on an ED. So I'm just asking.
Actually, their numbers don't look bad yet, but they will be. And the chicken problem is should start starting to be speculated in price. And honestly, like it is just over as fuck. And right now, mostly it's bought by like corporations in large numbers for like lunch and learns and meetings and stuff. But last time I went to Wingstop, the 2 workers that were working there were talking about how good Popeyes was. It's kind of got this Chipotle vibe where it's like upper class looking, but there's never anybody that's actually like out the door like a Chipotle, from what I've heard and talked about. And the chicken quality sucks. Like just gross chicken, man. No thanks.
The oil is still high, man. The oil they cook it in is real high still.
Canola?
Yeah, I got mine owns wings joint down here, and I was fucking with him. This is back when chicken prices went up, and they did come down a little bit, but they're gonna go back up again. And I was like, yeah, man, you're loving it, dude, because it's around the Super Bowl. He's like, what are you talking about, bro? My fucking all my oil prices have just like tripled for what he was paying for.
If if you want to crash the price of canola oil, start calling it rapeseed oil. No one will buy it again.
I lost on that one.
Canola is made from rapeseed. It's.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious, but you guys are pretty.
I got a smooth brain.
Well, it actually doesn't have any vitamins or nutrients or any kind of beneficial health things like olive oil does, or it's not safflower.
You need if you're like starving and have enough calorie consumption, I feel like it could improve that.
You'd probably shit yourself.
So canola has no health value, so it's just used for cooking it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just super cheap and easy to get. But the best restaurants, they don't use canola oil. What they'll do is they'll use peanut oil, which has a really high smoke point and a neutral flavor. Same thing with avocado oil, which is starting to.
What about people with peanut allergies? Does that affect them?
Actually, it doesn't. So here's the deal with this: peanut oil does not affect them. It's the peanut solid fats that contains the allergen bits, which I've heard comes from pesticides. However, the fact that peanut oil is made in the same factory where they're extracting the peanut solids means that they always put like a warning label on it, because they'd rather just have people with peanut allergies just stay away entirely from the oil rather than risk allergic reactions. Not
Maybe
saying
anybody
with peanut allergy, please do not go and try and like test this theory. But I'm just telling you, like, the allergens are contained in the solids of the peanut.
He's got awesome wings, and yeah.
The reason
it's a really good franchise. I'm gonna ask him if he's a peanut oil. He wants. I never knew the difference. Not feel like I'm a wings guru.
Nice. The reason why I know all this stuff is because Jif has been working on a allergy-free peanut butter, like peanut butter that doesn't that is hypoallergenic, so people with peanut allergies can eat it. Dude, if they actually succeed in this, it is going to be crunchy and smooth gold. I'm telling you.
Jefferson's work on that one?
Jif.
Oh, Jif peanut butter. Okay, yeah. That'd be a gold mine. Did they come up with that?
Maybe Canadians pronounce it GIF. No, just kidding. Yeah, it'll be a gold mine. It'll be freaking huge. This is where they get the term oil is liquid gold. Have you ever heard of that? They're talking about food oil.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. They're not.
Damn it, my smooth brain.
They are definitely talking about the shit you put in your car.
I've always been accused of trusting people too much, man. It's all good.
Can I get a trap?
Trap! It's a pet insurance company, right?
That's correct, yeah. Trap.
What ticker?
Oh, wait, well, who can do a military thing? Taco Bell, Romeo, Ultra, Cuckoo.
T is Tango.
Oh, it's not Taco Bell?
Tango, Romeo, Uniform, Mike. No.
Papa. Just boils up. By this notification.
It's kind of the point where if I see the word boil, or even if it's about like pasta, I just think of it automatically.
I know. I get like, holy shit, man! Oh my god, it's up 8% in 3 minutes. Yo, this thing's crazy. Something must have happened.
Try not to come.
I'm gonna come. Okay, well, see, there must be some kind of catalyst.
0.5 picoseconds after 2000. I'm gonna.
Boil producer calling the bottom. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that we're on. It's only going to go up from here, and I've been saying that for a while. I think I said that like 350. Dang, dude.
I won my band bet today.
I have the absolute worst record, so.
Yeah, I know.
Sure, anybody can.
I really helped you with that though.
I'll post it in the chat. There's my amazing record.
59. Got up at 169.
That's where I'm going. And I'm gonna stop my bad bets.
Yeah. Just keep going. SPY 420.69. One day.
Yeah, that's what I put the same one over and over again and guaranteed to lose.
What you do now?
Well, since you won, do the Bank of Montreal.
Nah, it doesn't move enough.
Exactly.
I'm literally getting pings right now about what's happening with natural gas.
You brought this upon yourself.
I a little bit. It looks like I see.
How's fertilizer?
It's like it's not, well, my fertilizer is not doing fucking great because I got in with CR Energy. Well, let me get into that. It's like the rig count got released, and they shut down 17 natural gas rigs. Yeah, so like this is what I was warning about. I told you guys that they would not produce at this price, so they have shut down production. So, boom. Natural gas supply to tighten more. Producers have announced rig shutdowns and delays of projects due to the manipulated low prices. Oh, getting sensitive here, getting a little bit personal. Now more regulatory hurdles to block future projects. Demand keeps at record pace. Yep. So there you go. Damn. Here we go, boys. Boil, UNG, short, cold, nat gas futures if you want to buy those. Nice. I told you it would happen. I told you they wouldn't produce for this I told you they wouldn't produce at this price, dude. I told you guys. Okay, so as far as fertilizer, yeah. So fertilizer numbers for I got into CVR Energy, which is a nitrogen-based American company. And I don't know if anybody in the crowd doesn't know my thesis on this, but I've said it so many goddamn times. But it was owned by Carl Icahn, and then they came out with their earnings report, CVI did, and it was like just totally baller, dude, just totally fucking killer. I was like, oh yeah, man, 30% increase in revenue, fuck yeah, let's go. And then they came out with that Hindenburg report on the very day that pre-market report opened, and then all of Icahn's shit just crashed in tank. So I didn't get it out from the earnings play, so it got fucked here. Well, see, the interesting thing is CVI crashed, but then there's UAN, and UAN is CVR Partners, just specifically fertilizer, which went up like 16%. And so my whole thing was I was going to play the earnings report on it, but I got into CVI instead of UAN. In hindsight, I should have gotten the UAN, but like CVI, it was a little bit more liquid. So it hasn't worked out yet, but it will. Hindenburg was full of shit, dude. I don't know if I've said that before. They're wrong. Tell me.
That one skull play pure cycles down 33%. Sorry, 4% down 33 cents. They were saying how that one around money. What's his name was doing? I think Luce was doing a bunch of research on that. That's the one that they're gonna run out of cash.
Yeah. That was play.
You playing that one?
Yep. I got puts on it out to August 18th, I think.
I'm gonna mess with that one right now.
Hey, Riley, I got Domino's the other day, and I have new cheesy bread in the fucking fire.
I didn't finish my order yet, so I'm gonna add up. I think Domino's would make a great meat bucket, by the way.
You know, the old cheesy bread was just cheese on the top, which is in the middle now.
That's what I heard. So it's like it's stuffed cheesy bread, right?
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, I'll get
That
that.
should be illegal.
Boys, well, went up. It's already it's now at 11.30%. It's $3.10 now. Oh, crap, baby.
The oil's gonna go up. That's going on big time. You got summer driving season kicking in. Everybody's gonna be driving this year because fucking COVID over and shit. Sure now. So I don't see it going nowhere else but up.
I really like how the report says manipulated the prices. I feel so vindicated, dude, because I'm like, there's no fucking way. This is impossible. Impossible.
Talking about oil,
Oh, sorry.
I was saying diesel is now cheaper up here than gas, which is not the case for the last 2 years.
Regarding Domino's again, so like, I've been looking at the chart every once in a while, and Domino's seems to only go up, but it's in a big dip for a while. I don't know if that means it's a long opportunity or not, but I want to look more into it.
Yeah, they always be. It seems like they're a pretty solid company, pretty solid run.
Yeah.
I drove past their headquarters up in Michigan a few times. It's a massive building. The building, I think it goes on for like 2 miles. It's just immense.
As it should be.
But I've never seen a building that big, like one single building that big. It's just insane.
Well, like it's like long tall.
Long.
That's crazy.
I think
That's
it's like 5 stories, but it's like long as hell. It's like goes on forever.
Wow. I gotta find this. I just posted that. It doesn't even, the whole building doesn't even fit in a single photo. It's that one.
Yeah, it's insane.
Thunderous. I've done that with SQQQ before, but I would just be careful. I would get calls on it if, like, I mean, the premium's probably not going to be enough to make up for any huge losses if the market's going to continue going up. I know you bought shares, but I was saying if you plan to sell all against it, I would only do that with TQQQ because that's like the long ETF. I'd be more careful with the short one. But if you have conviction that the market's going to keep going down for a couple days, there's no point in taking a loss now. So I leave that up to you. What's up?
I was just thinking, I just hate how political, like, the talk gets when we're talking about banks and oil, you know what I mean? It's just, it's just kind of hard to avoid. Speaking of which, I have puts on, like...
Well, I'm gonna say, like, that's, you guys can talk about it in passing, but we've just been actively trying to reduce the amount of, like, because, like, there's been some people that have gotten up here and said things that have offended other people and don't want to get in that direction.
Oh, yeah, dude, I call me out whenever you I really fucking hate politics, dude. Anyway, but Anheuser-Busch, I've got some $60 strikes, and they're long dated out, and they are gonna have some trouble coming up here pretty soon. They're getting sold off and shorted and boycotted heavily by both sides of the aisle, and I don't see, and I also see like active campaigns to affect the entire family of Anheuser-Busch, not Bud Light. So I have puts on them. I think they might have screwed up pretty big. They were also at all-time highs when they pulled their advertising thing. Well, all-time highs for the year, and so they've got a lot of ways to fall. And they're not handling the situation very well at all. If you look at their reports or their public relations letters, they are not addressing any kind of the issues, and it's actually making the situation worse. So I have puts on that, and we'll see where it goes.
Opinion, what were you going to say in the main chat? You're going to do a stimmy, yeah?
Saying if you're listening. He's listening.
Oh, he's listening. Doing a pizza party today at the Citadel, or?
Oh yeah.
Nice. Domino's, I hope.
Okay, but anyways, UNG here. This is a catalyst man for oil and UNG. I think that they have a long way to go upwards. So let me read you guys what I'm seeing here. So they here's a rig count, and in this letter, the United States permanent crackdown poses new hurdles for proposed LNG projects. The United States Department of Energy refusal to grant export permit extensions to liquefied natural gas developers to meet construction deadline poses a new hurdle for greenfield plants. Now, analysts said on Thursday, in Texas. The DOE last month said it would grant future extensions solely on extenuating circumstances or an extension for energy transfer. New York Stock Exchange's ticker is ET. Proposed Lake Charles LNG project. The change will heavily fall heavily on firms without a track record of available financing. Analysts said. Around a dozen LNG projects in the United States and Mexico that would process more than 20 billion cubic feet per day. It's got to be, yeah. Others now face difficulties moving forward because of the change. So it looks like you short natural gas companies and long the actual commodity. They don't have an effect. My FLNG, which is a shipper of natural gas, probably won't affect them. They're more affected by the demand. There you go. You've got first closures and series of projects. You've got closures of rigs, and you have high demand. Oh, another thing I thought of last night was how bullish it would be for to have a GPT person taking orders, because you could use it to translate in real time for them to speak English. Now you use up your entire market, like everybody, Japanese, Spanish speakers, French Canadians.
Those fucks.
I know you don't like a big one, Joel, right? I'm kidding too. shut us down.
Chat dead.
If anybody wants to talk, we can go in the zone every 16.
Okay.
All right. Guys.